I'm not sure if the witness has been sworn in yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
All right.
We're certainly ready to begin at this
Thank you,
stage.
thank you. Good morning, Ms. Gxasheka. Will you swear or will you affirm?
I will affirm, Chairperson.
Do you affirm that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I will
You affirm.
give evidence, truth, nothing else
Just
but
say
the truth.
I affirm.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Please say I affirm.
I affirm. Thank you,
you.
Chairperson.
Chair, before we begin, I should just place on record one fact, which is that in the supplementary bundle, I'll take Ms. Gxasheka through all of the documents in due course, but the Commissioner should have two files of supplementary bundle 1 and 2. The supplementary, or the whole of the second volume of the supplementary bundle, in fact, all of the supplementary bundle from page 123 on was only made, that was the Commission's fault, and we apologize for that. As a result, it would not be fair for me to as it were, to those documents tomorrow morning. From page 100.
Indeed, I do confirm early hours of this morning, to be precise, just before we got into this hearing, everything is so arranged as he has said. I confirm such. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Magula. Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Gxasheka, before we start, I just want to clarify that you have all of the documents that I'm going to be referring you to. And the first file, and the file that will be certainly the most important for the start, is, it says statement on its spine, and it's a file that contains your 2 witness statements. It says file 1 of 6.
Yes.
And that, I'll be leading you from that file this morning. Then there are 5 additional files, files 2 to 6 of 6, which are the annexes to your statements. I understand that one of those files, which is, I think, the regulations, which is a file of legislation you don't have with you, or have you been able to source a copy? I don't propose to ask you questions around it, but if you get to a point where you need to consult any of the legislation in your answers, please say so, and we will make arrangements for a duplicate copy of that file to be made available to you. But from my side, I don't intend to ask questions to you about the legislation. Then there is the supplementary bundle file, 2 files, and the only questions that you'll be asked today, to the extent that you are asked any questions, will relate to the first file of that supplementary bundle file. And the way that we structure these questioning sessions is the first stage of the questioning is really to take you through your statement so that you can tell your statement without intrusive questioning. So you don't need to be on your guard until I say, okay, we've reached the end of your statement, now you're going to be subjected to intrusive questioning. So I will be taking you through your statement, and at the end of the statement, we will then get to certain topics where I just want to interrogate your your statement more rigorously. There are two statements that you have filed, and the second one is called supplementary statement, but as I read it, it's more a consolidated version of the first statement, which also responds to certain allegations that were that only came to light in the evidence of Ms. Mkhwanazi after you had furnished the first statement. So unless you have any objection, I propose to lead you only off the supplementary sworn statement, because as I read it, it traverses everything in the first statement, so there's no need to duplicate. But I see your legal team is nodding in assent. So that is how I propose to proceed. And with that introduction, can we then turn to your supplementary sworn statement? And maybe start at the end, and can you just confirm that the signature that we see on page 43 is your signature, and that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct?
I hereby confirm it is my signature. Thank you so much.
And can you confirm also that the contents of the statement are, to the best of your knowledge, true and correct?
Indeed, the content of the statement, to my knowledge, it is my statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then if we go back to the beginning of the statement, you point out in paragraph 1 that you are employed at the Ekurhuleni Metro as Head of Department Human Resources. Paragraph 5, you discuss your history and qualifications. Can you first of all tell the Commission when you were appointed, when you were first appointed at the City? How long have you worked at the City? If you can.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson, the Commissioners, and the evidence leader. Through you, Chairperson, I think before I speak to my qualifications, I would like to address some irregularities that I've seen on different statements, transcripts, in relation to my surname. Thank you. The last time you did raise it, but as I was going through the statements, I've realized that I've been addressed in different ways. I would like to correct that Mrs. Linda Gxasheka, I'm not a Mr. I've called Gxasheka, and I'm thinking these are legal documents that I've gone through. So I would like that to be corrected, that I am Mrs. Linda Gxasheka. Thank you so much. To come to my career at Ekurhuleni, that has led us to be here today. Indeed, I arrived at Ekurhuleni in 2015, May, 1st of May 2015, coming from City of Joburg. I've joined local government in 2008. I worked for City of Joburg for those years. I did a lot of great work for City of Joburg. I'm hoping that at some point I'll be able to talk to that, about my career. When I left City of Joburg, they called me 3 times when I was at Ekurhuleni. Linda, come back. The city is not functioning in HR without you. I'm not there. Maybe I will be able to address that, but I felt it's something that needs to be discussed in terms of my career trajectory in local government space. When I was appointed as divisional head for field services, the reason I think they chose me to be appointed in that position, because at City of Joburg as well is the position that I held. I had about 3 to 4 promotions when I was working for City of Joburg. To some extent, I think when the city of Joburg was going through the issues of the billing system, the ICT system, at some point in one council, I was appraised for making a change and contribution to the change at City of Joburg. Hence, when I left, I was called to go back, but I felt that I've done my journey and I have a role to play at the City of Ekurhuleni. Hence, I stayed. I was in that position of a divisional head, field services, and my role was to implement the HR business partnering model. And that's what I implemented successfully in the city of Johannesburg. And I put systems in place. I developed the business partnering model, operating model for the city of Ekurhuleni. I've developed service level agreements without using any service provider. I saved money. When I arrived in Joburg, they spent millions in developing that plan. When I came in, I went and implemented. I had so many highlights, but we're not here for City of Joburg, and I don't want them to be brought into issues of Ekurhuleni. I implemented a lot of policies in that role at City of Joburg, including a sexual harassment policy that will be discussed today, and service level agreement. I've also implemented that. And those were the success. I came with the surveys to speak to issues of how our clients at the time, which was about 25 departments, were perceiving HR services. And from the findings of that survey, that's when we then developed all the other operational parameters and strategies for the city of Ekurhuleni. Subsequent to that, there was a first institutional review we embarked upon at the city of Ekurhuleni. And my position as a divisional head, field services, it was then merged with a divisional head, talent acquisition, recruitment, and selection. Then I was responsible for those two functions. Without any additional salary. I don't think that was the main issue to me. The aim was to see that we can change Ekurhuleni. It's a bit we're here today, Chairperson. Subsequent to that, I think in February 2023, on this day, it was on a Thursday, Council adopted my appointment as the HOD Human Resources. Such an irony, but a beautiful one, I hope, that today I'm here testifying for being in this role. And I've been in this role ever since then and to date. I think I've dwelt too much on this issue. You will tell me, evidence leader, if we're gonna go paragraph by paragraph or what is going to happen so that I don't spend too much on one paragraph. Thank you so much, Chairperson and the commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Gxasheka. You refer in paragraph 5 to your CV in Annexure LLG1. That's on page 1 of the Annexure bundle, file 2. Can you just confirm that that is the correct document and that the CV is and that the contents of the CV are correct? I don't need you to amplify them, but just confirm the correctness of the CV.
Yes, we can confirm it's just the years that might need to be corrected. As I say, I've been in local government more than 10 years. I think it's about 16 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then you discuss the work that you've done in the HR department in Ekurhuleni through the paragraphs 6 to 13. Can I ask you just to amplify a couple of these paragraphs? You say you've implemented the human resources business partnering model. Just wasn't clear to me. Can you just explain what it is?
The human resource business partnering model is basically about enhancing the service that HR provides to the line departments, whereby you ensure operational efficiencies are improved, you understand the business itself so that you can be able to provide the correct and fit for purpose advisors to the departments, being a part of the line in all their decision making. And hence it was important to look at this. I said earlier on, one of the issues I embarked upon was the service, the customer satisfaction survey. That was also to be able to implement what is the client is expecting from HR. But most importantly is to ensure that HR is operating effectively and efficiently in providing services to the department. And the main thing I felt this must be spoken to here is it was very key to also make the Commission understand that City of Joburg, in terms of capacity, I'm not a person who comes with excuses of capacity. You do more with less. But at City of Joburg, when I implemented the model, I ensured that every department has an HR structure so that they can be able to understand the issues of the department and be able to advise correctly the department on its issues. And secondly, Ekurhuleni is still at an implementation phase due to lack of capacity, but as I said, that the approach was do more with less. Most critical is to explain that my understanding of the SAPS and how it works, you will probably have an HR practitioner in every station, in every province, and the national departments. Ekurhuleni, as I explained that, the model is still under implementation. I'm the only HOD responsible for, at that time, of these matters that we have for discussion, for 25 departments, with the political offices that has its own challenges. And I had about 5 HR business partners that must man and provide support to all these departments. Hence, majority of the work and the decisions that to be made had to be made at a center. So we have not defined that in the HR business partnering model, there's centers of excellence where policing and everything is done. There's shared services where day-to-day work is done. Then there's HR business partners. That has not been fully realized. But the most important is the model of SAPS and Ekurhuleni is very different. And I'm going to talk to that as we go down the statement. Thank you, evidence leader. And on the other issues, you said I must go up to page 3. I've also spoken to the functions, I think from page 210, the implementation of the recruitment. It's one of my highlights I had at Ekurhuleni. When I arrived there, recruitment services to fill positions, it will take more than 365 days. I just couldn't understand that. We've got service delivery issues. Customers, residents of Ekurhuleni are not happy, but we cannot have positions filled. Hence, I came with the service level agreements that were signed between myself, my team, and the line departments. And by the time I became an HOD, recruitment processes to date are between 90 days. That's our turnaround time. And now, before I was being shown the gate, we were having a target that at least let's get to 60 days. We can do that. I worked for private sector. It can take a month to fill a position with a fit-for-purpose talent. And I feel that I'm aspiring that we should get to that. On the labor relations matters on page 3, I think that's the reason we're here today. I must emphasize that when we started with the issues that are bringing us today that I'll speak to, I get to encounter and be able to form part of the relations management deeply when I was acting HOD Human Resources, because before I was appointed, I acted when my predecessor left. And obviously it means I had one division.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you just give us a date for that? When did you start acting?
I've acted, in fact, we were acting, I think it was 2-3 of us interchangeably. I think it was from August 2022. And as I said earlier on, my appointment was, Council adopted the appointment of HOD HR, Linda Gxasheka, in February 2023. So the acting would have been August to February. And I was encountered with challenges from the time I was acting in the labor relations space. One of the matters, there's about 4 I'll mention, I won't mention a lot, there's a lot. It was the Germiston Pension Fund. Commissioners, you might know about this. We've had lockdown issues, Commissioner Khumalo. And at that time, Ekurhuleni was expected to pay more than 100 million for the pension not performing. And the changes to that pension fund were done prior to 1994, and it was locked. They performed, I think it performed and performed, then around 2020, I think could have been during COVID time, they said, Ekurhuleni, surprise for you, come and assist. But it came to my attention when I was acting. Another matter that also came to be a challenge in the labor relations space, it was the implementation of the remuneration model. I had no interest to start mentioning this name now, but I'm forced to. Mr. Nhlanhla ran with the remuneration model. The intention at the time was the remuneration model, it will cost the city around 100 million. By the time the process was concluded, it costed the city more than 400 and something million, almost $500 million. The current city manager, Mr. Kagiso, reported this to Dr. Mashas. The challenges of this, it meant that the city now must embark on a moratorium. It means we reduce in filling of positions. We know, a chairperson and commissioners, what that translates into. Limited capacity. We don't fill positions. Ultimately, what does that mean? Service delivery is impacted. And we expect that citizens of Ekurhuleni must be happy. These are some of the challenges I had to deal with. I was also encountered the Kalimashe and others matter, Gwejan and others matter. That one of those matters costed the city 500 million, $500 million. I had to sit and negotiate with the unions. Another one, by the time it came to the city, to the legal department, it was left with 6 days. It was a judgment, not even a contempt of court, a judgment against the city manager. Not going to mention names. It could have been the current city manager, it could have been the previous one. 6 days that are left. I'm the HOD HR. What is council going to say to me when she's arrested? What is her family going to say to me when she's arrested? These are some of the challenges that we've been encountered with from HR, and that's when I started partnering with legal department. We know some of the matters that they had to deal with, the PCX matters and all of that, but I'm focusing on the LR issues that they had to assist me with. I'm new in this position. I've got judgments. I've got contempt of courts. That on matters that Mr. Nhlanhla and the ER division could have negotiated years ago and settled. The fights you fight, once you get to labor, LAC, at least, you should know that you're winning or not. On the matter of $500 million, it was 1,000 employees that were impacted that were going to benefit on that. Some of them, they are union leaders, I won't mention the unions, come to me and said, HOD, I've already made a calculation. If you settle this for us and pay us this $500 million, I retire. I asked them, what does it mean for the citizens of Ekurhuleni? What does it mean for employees? Because it means we might probably have to retrench something that was never done in local government. It might mean we don't fill positions once more. What does it mean for your own children, for the generations that to come? These are matters I had to settle to an extent that we reduced from that $500 million and to a lesser amount. I think we signed with the current city manager only last year, but it was ongoing challenges that one had to take up the seat and own ER space. If I did not, Ekurhuleni might have closed by now. I think I'll move on that. Issues of performance management, I won't focus on that. I think training and development, evidence leader, will discuss that tomorrow. Another most important thing that I need to discuss with commissioners in terms of my achievement is the advocacy programs. I think Dr. Mkhwanazi didn't do justice here. While she came with her own programs, I developed programs when I came to Ekurhuleni. I resuscitated the men's forum because there was conversations that men must have Ekurhuleni. Probably won't even be here, or I wouldn't be implicated in other matters if those conversations took long before I arrived there. I've resuscitated that forum. I've developed the disability management forum. I've also developed a women empowerment forum because I felt that we need an inclusive and a diverse workforce. And those are some of the issues that I felt must be shared. I don't want to be controversial, but there is one structure that was not yet done, and maybe I shouldn't talk to it just because I don't want to be misquoted. For now, I'll stop the evidence leader. Thank you, Chairperson.
In paragraph 15, you point out that this statement is really furnished in response to a Rule 3 notice that was dated 26 November and sent to you by the Commission. That Rule 3 notice is at page 40 of the annexure bundle. And I think it may make sense as we go through the statement, as you lead into each topic, to highlight the question that was being asked of you by the Commission. So if we can, sorry, I think it's also important to emphasize that why this supplementary consolidated statement is furnished is that when you got the Rule 3 notice, it was before the testimony of Dr. Mkhwanazi. You were subsequently given a supplemented bundle that had Dr. Mkhwanazi's testimony, and you then wanted to amplify your original answers having regard to what was said about the relevant topics by Dr. Mkhwanazi. Can we start at paragraph 3.1 of the notice? And that's at page 41 of the annexure bundle.
Which bundle, Mr. Justice?
It's file 2.
2 of 2.
No, 2 of 6. And it may be convenient if we just keep open or accessible pages 41 to 43 of that file, because we'll be coming back to them as we go through Mrs. Gxasheka's statement. But in paragraph 3.1, the notice says that the testimony of these 3 witnesses, and at that stage it was Mr. Nhlanhla, Ms. Tepa, and, no, it was 5 witnesses. It was Mr. Mapiyei, Mr. Spies, Mr. Nhlanhla, Ms. Tepa, and witness D, implicated you in alleging that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police as contained in Section 64C of the SAPS Act. And then it's particularized under 3.1.1 onwards. But you respond to 3.1 generally from paragraph 18. And can you just briefly deal with your general response to paragraph 3.1.1, 3.1, from paragraphs 18 and 19 of your statement. The allegation of usurping powers of the Chief of Police.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to, as stated in my statement, I refute the allegations that I have supported and participated in the usurpation of the powers of the Chief Executive Officer, and I think the Executive Head as well, in terms of the Section 64C of SAPS Act. And the reason is that, Chair, maybe I must explain that. Firstly, a premise in my submission is of the fact that the city manager, municipal manager, the CEO, is the ultimate authority on all matters relating to municipality, and specifically, in this instance, the municipal police service, as per Section 64B. I think for us to focus on Section 64C, it won't be proper. It must be read in its entirety, but with also Section 64B, because the ultimate powers, they start there. I've extracted the Section 64B, where it says the Chief Executive Officer of the municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services. And in terms of the allegations, I don't know evidence leader, through you, Chair, I must get to the allegation itself now. I can continue, proceed.
I think I would rather you said more about the specific allegations under 3.1 and so on. Really, we have your statement in relation to the general allegation on 18 and 19. Unless there's something you want to emphasize or amplify, I'm happy to proceed to the allegation in 3.1.1, which relates to the appointment.
All right.
So if we go back to file 2 of 6 in paragraph 3.1.1 on page 41, the allegation is that you supported the promotion of Ms. Stella Jokazi by Brigadier Mkhwanazi despite the protestations of Chief Mapier, in whom these powers vested.
Okay, thank you,
And
Chair.
if you can respond to that, and maybe with reference to what you say in paragraph 20 onwards.
All right.
Or even 19.2 is, I suppose, where you start there.
Okay.
Can I just ask that we correct the typo in 18? I think it's the usurpation of the power by the CEO. It's not of the CEO. Because the powers you are said to have usurped are those of the Chief of Police.
Indeed, the notice refers to the usurpation of the powers of the Chief of Police. So it would either be by the CEO or of the Chief of Police.
Do you follow that, Mrs. Gxasheka?
Let me assist you. If you look at 3.1 on page 41, you see that the allegation is that you unlawfully supported and participated in the usurpation of powers of the Chief of Police. But in your statement at 18, it says powers of the Chief Executive Officer.
I had a reason for that.
Okay.
I had a reason for that. In fact, my style of writing, I know you're probably gonna have to be hard on me on that, is I always refer to the laws, to the policies. Hence, I had to start it from Section 64B. But I went further on paragraph 19 and said...
Sorry, Mrs. Gxasheka, but is there an allegation that you usurped the power of the Chief Executive Officer? Is there such an allegation?
There is...
In 3.1.
Yes. The reason I've added that is that the city of Ekurhuleni is managed by that section 64, but it's also regulated by the Municipal Systems Act, the systems of delegations and so forth. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, if you can indulge, you'll be able to understand why it's critical or the relevance of section 64B. At some point, you're going to see that.
I don't think I'm taking issue with that. If you look at 3.1, reference is to usurpation of the powers of the chief of police. That is what the allegation referred to in 3.1 is, usurpation of the powers of the chief of police. And in 18, you refute the allegation that you supported and participated in the usurpation of the power of the chief executive officer. As if somebody has suggested that that is what you allegedly usurped. Do you see what I mean?
Thank you for that correction. Thank you, Commissioners. I understand.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let me start responding then in terms of paragraph 19, 1.1. As I said that I unequivocally dispute this allegation in that in provision 64C, it must be read in conjunction with other applicable legislation, laws and COE policies, which dictate and provide guidance on the framework and processing of the recruitment, appointment, promotion, and transfer of members of the municipal system, police services. I further want to submit that on the 10th day of April 2024, I received from Chief Isaac Mappier a proposed selection panel that had his name as the chairperson. It had my name as the HOD HR. It further had the name of, at the time, I think if I can recall, he was already the Deputy Chief of Police, Mr. Julius Mkhwanazi.
Sorry to interrupt, but it might help if we go to page 47 of file 2, because I think that's the document you're referring to, and then the commissioners can see it.
Page?
47.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, I can take the commission to that page. This is solicited services of HR, myself specifically, by the Chief of Police. His memo is dated 10 April 2024, directed to Linda Gxasheka, HOD Human Resources, from IJ Mabie, Municipal Police Commissioner, Chief of Police, EMPD. The heading or the subject, EMPD panel members for the Director and Deputy Director post. The above matter refers proposed panel members for Director and Deputy Director, Operations and Specialized Services. And then there's two tables there. The first table with the heading Director post. A chairperson, IJ Mappier, Chief of Police, panel member, Gxasheka, HOD Human Resources, panel member J. Mkhwanazi, Deputy Chief of Police. He invited me into his process. And as I said, there's nothing wrong in terms of our current model at the City of Ekurhuleni.
Can I just ask here, is the system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied through the EMM and the EMPD?
Through you, Chair, can you please repeat the question?
Is a system of interview panels for appointments one that is consistently applied across the municipality and the municipal police department?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. It's done in two ways. For levels below a divisional head, where departments are proactive, they will then write to me and provide the panel. Some instances, they will copy even the city manager. And then for the divisional heads, that particular level, I think executive managers, senior executive managers, because they are fixed-term contracted employees, that I will, most of the time, 99% of the time, I take initiative and request for instance, from filling of positions, because it's a 5-year contract, so they tend to expire. So I'll initiate that and write to the city manager. The departments, they would normally call me the line HODs and say, this position you sent to us, you notified us it's about to expire, please assist with the process. So below that level, they will write to us and request with the panel. In some instances, I'm not included. In some, I'm included. Preferably, I shouldn't be included, but sometimes they do want me there. Thank you. Apologies for taking long there.
And can I just clarify how the panel system works? Does the panel actually take a decision, or does it make a recommendation to the decision maker?
In terms of our policies and systems of delegations, panels do make a recommendation, but a very peculiar area, and obviously policies are there for continuous improvement approach. And I think ever since I started developing policies for Ekurhuleni, you will see most of the policies, I say every 5 years, revise them. But as and when we get amendments on the acts, we can always do that. So you will find a governance risk of some sort, where in some instances the same panel, like I was saying, I was invited here, must also appoint, approve. You make a recommendation as a panel, like in this peculiar one, but you recommend and also approve. And that is based on the what you call this, the systems of delegations.
So in the case of these appointments that we're looking at, who would have the power of appointment under the system of delegation?
It will be the chief of police in conjunction with myself. Our systems of delegations are very clear about my powers as the HOD, HR, or maybe, yeah, and the line departments. It does talk about shared powers, shared resources, even from you commencing with the process without articulating verbatim. It says that in conjunction with HOD, HR, do recruitment, appointments, transfers, and everything else in conjunction. And as I say, then it goes with levels, that there's certain levels that HODs are expected to approve, and then there's levels that the city manager must approve, and there's levels that divisional heads, in the instance of EMPD, it will be Deputy Chief of Police, must approve. It is in the systems of delegations. So you do cascade down the powers through sub-delegations. Thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted you. If you...
Or just before Mrs. Gxasheka moves on, I think I got a bit confused right at the beginning of dealing with the recommendation and approval. You said the panel recommends and the panel approves. Did you say that? So if this panel recommends and this panel approves, who does this panel recommend to if it's the same panel that's going to approve? I find that confusing. I just need clarity. I'm not, yeah.
Chair, that's why I said that that is one area of governance risk.
One area of governance what?
Risk.
Governance risk.
Yes. In that you do find peculiar in certain levels where, in terms of systems of delegations, for instance, that for a director, a DCOP must approve. Now
okay.
you have that DCOP.
let me ask the question again. Do you mean the interviewing panel recommends to itself? Is that what you mean? Why does it recommend and not simply appoint then?
The good part on that, as much as it's a risk that is identified, but the good part is the panel, as much as it sits and recommends, it does not do the due diligence. It does not write the report. In this instance, for instance, after the interviews were done, the report was then written by the secretariat, the recruiting secretariat. It will write the report. It will tell you if there's anomalies. You know, maybe let me jump a gun and get you where we should be going here. In this instance, for instance, Chair, when there was a challenge on the qualification of Ms. Stella Chukas. Oh, shame. It's a pity that we have their names here. The main thing that was a challenge in terms of my statement, the chief says, after we shortlisted, I think we shortlisted about a very strange thing. It doesn't normally happen. We shortlisted about 7 to 8 incumbents, candidates. And then the chief then calls me and said, look, we need to have a discussion on this. And I made it very clear that we don't do that outside the panel. Let's go and discuss on the panel. But to cut this story short, his main concern was that he was targeting Ivan du Plessis for the position. After I stopped him having a telephone conversation on the day of the interviews, he arrives in my office early. The chief doesn't make an appointment. Chief gets to your office, even hardly sends emails. He writes all these memos. He does the writing, but he'll send them to your office. He arrives there. He's highly respected. When he enters, people stand up. And to me, even if you're a general employee, you are a high person, I've got an open door policy. So it usually comes in, HOD, I'm targeting Ivan du Plessis. And I said, Chief, you know, we can't deal with things that way. Why? He meets all the requirements. And I said, all these people who shortlisted, we can't shortlist you if you don't meet the requirements. And it's a collective decision. 3 of us must account if there's a panel member that is, a candidate that is shortlisted, we shouldn't. And number 2, I explain that, Chief, you allow the process to run its course, let alone that we've got employment equity.
Mrs. Gxasheka, I think you answered my question, which was, does the panel recommend to itself? And you basically said yes. Thank you, Mrs. Gxasheka. Yes, Mr. Shadrack.
Maybe to jump ahead, if we can go to page 72, which I understand to be the recommendation coming out of the panel. Is that correct? Do you have page 72?
Yes.
Maybe if you can just explain this document to the Commission.
Thank you. It's an interview summary and recommendation template.
And this is in response to, this was the template filled out following the interview for this post that we're talking about. And if we go to the bottom, just correct me if I'm wrong, I'm explaining how I see this, this document. You see the scores that the 3 panelists gave to the 6 shortlisted candidates. the first column, the first panelist was the chief, the second panelist was yourself, the third panelist was Chief Mkhwanazi. Then higher up, name and surname is everyone who was present, the three panelists, an HR person, I think, I can't read it, is it Kelly Mkhlangu?
Willie Mahlangu.
Willie Mkhlangu, okay. Underneath there were some union representatives as observers. And as I read this document, there is a scoring by the panelists, and the highest scorer is Ms. Jokazi, the second highest scorer is Mr. Du Plessis. Is that a fair summary of it?
That's correct.
And presumably this form reflects what actually happened in the interview.
That's correct.
Can we then, I mean, I don't propose to deal further with paragraph 3.1.1, unless there's anything that you want to say. I'd like to move to paragraph 29 of your statement, which responds to paragraph 3.1.2. And there, if we go back to page 41 of that file too, the allegation in 3.1.2 is that you supported the exercise of powers by the erstwhile city manager, Dr. Mashazi, notwithstanding that powers were, the relevant powers were being vested in the chief of police. And you respond to that from paragraph 29. Can I ask you to explain your response to the Commission?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Again, my intention here is to submit in front of the Commission that whereas Isaac Mapieye, the Chief of Police, refers to SAPS Act, Section 64C, as the ultimate law that governs EMPD, the city is regulated by other laws. I could have articulated this previously. We have the Municipal Systems Act, specifically I think Section 55, but I'm not going to dwell on that. Municipal Structures Act, Municipal Finance Management Act, Municipal Staff Regulation, as amended in September 2021, Labor Relations Act that we must prescribe to or subscribe to, the Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement, amongst other few legal prescript that can be mentioned that governs the city of Ekurhuleni. I further submit that the city manager is the ultimate authority in all matters and functionaries relating to operations of the municipality, specifically in this instance, municipal police services, as per Section 64B of the SAPS Act that has been amended, which reads as follows, that the municipal manager of a municipality shall be responsible to the municipal council for the functioning of the municipal police services, taking into consideration national policy priorities and efforts. This change aligns municipal policy oversight, Chair, in line with local government administrative structures. Section 64B is part of the Chapter 12 of the SAP Act. I'm not going to dwell on that. And, but basically what is important is that it's operating under broader legislative framework. It cannot be read in its own. I can make an example that we have Department of Energy. It's managed by its own acts. They have stakeholders like NERSA and so forth. You've got waste environment that are managed by NEMA. You've got finance that is managed by DORA and so forth. You know, But what is most important here, where this SAPS Act aligns with Ekurhuleni, Section 64B, it says that even Section 54C 2B, that when you apply that section, it's subject to other legislations. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize here.
Mr. Chaskalson, just a moment. I'm a bit worried, and I'm hoping maybe we can do this during tea. Mrs. Gxasheka, in responding to 3.1, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, and 3.1.3, as you correctly said, there were letters that Mr. Mappiaye actually addressed to you, where he set out what the issue is with Julius Mkhwanazi promoting people in circumstances where he doesn't have the power to do so. And also in Dr. Mashazi usurping his powers under Section 64C. And so I don't want you to just gloss over those and go through them. And then when we probe you, we say, but you didn't respond specifically to this. So maybe during tea, in Mappiaye's file, page 49, 51, and 52, it's those three letters where the specific allegations are set out. Because I thought when we deal with 3.1.1, I heard you just mention the statute and what it says, but you don't seem to dispute that Julius Mkhwanazi did in fact promote people and whether or not he has that power. So I think to be fair to you, maybe just when you complete the response to those sub-paragraphs, you have regard to these three letters.
Thank you, Commissioner. That makes a lot of sense, so that we deal with matters sequentially. I will try to do the same in relation to other issues where where there are possibly relevant documents which your response doesn't address directly. It's an awkward situation because I don't want to. I will probe you in due course later in relation to the documents, but I think it is fair that you get an opportunity to deal with them up front.
Can I respond on that, Chair? Because I think we might be missing each other. What I've explained earlier on is that, and you made me go and read a document on the recommendation. What I'm trying to explain here is that there is a panel that was set, and the panel has its own duties. That chief himself, he has invited that panel to come and sit on the interviews. And the chairperson asked me about the issues of recommendation versus appointments. And I responded on that. That three of us, we sat in this particular process. You confirmed evidence leader, the scoring and so forth. So decisions were made by the panel that Chief Mappiaye solicited. And the panel has decisions to make, and the panel made the decisions through a recommendation that you have spoken to. But I thought we'll be engaging on this matter where I can then say, where did it end? So I thought, evidence leader, you'd be leading me on that because there is an end, an appointment has been made. Thank you.
I think we're possibly at cross purposes because I think what the commissioner is not specifically asking about the Jokazi appointment. The commissioner is asking about the general allegation of usurpation of the powers of chief of police, with reference to some specific letters which refer to those powers being usurped by Julius Mkhwanazi, and complaints from Mr. Mappiaye to you about that. And I think in fairness, we need to show you those letters in the tea break. And then if you want to respond to them in this context before we get to intrusive questioning, you should have that opportunity. On the Jokazi appointment, the appointment has been made, and I understand that the two candidates who Chief Mapiyeye was supporting have lodged bargaining council proceedings, and those proceedings are still pending. Is that a correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
At this point, Mr. Shaskarsen, let's take the adjournment and come back at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
We apologize for not coming in at the time I indicated. We were requested after we had adjourned for a little bit more time. Yes, Mr. Shadrack.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Gxasheka, you've been shown the letters sent by Mr. Mapiyeye. I think the first one on which your comment would be helpful is at, my pagination says 47. It's a letter addressed to you on the 13th of April 2024 from Mr. Mapiyeye, and it's about EMPD promotional posts and vacancies. I think Commissioner Khumalo was asking for you to address that general comment about colluding with the usurpation of the powers of Mr. Mapiyeye as Chief of Police in the light of this letter and I think a subsequent letter from Dr. Mkhwanazi. Do you want to comment on this letter?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Evidence Leader. Evidence Leader, you spoke about page 47, but then you subsequently spoke to the letter dated 13 April 2024. Can I just get clarity? Which one? Are we talking about the correspondence of the 8th November 2023 or the 13th April 2024, or must I address all of them?
We'll get to the correspondence of 8 November 2023 when we deal with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract.
Okay.
For now, let's look at the letter of 13 April 2024. It may be that my pagination is out. What page number do you have for 13 April?
48.
Oh, please
48
refer
and 49.
to the bundle as well, Mr. Shadrack.
This is the Mapiyeye bundle. I'm afraid my electronic pagination seems to be incorrect because what I have as page 47 is what you, I think, in the hard copies have as page 48. Yes. I'll sort out my electronic pagination later, but for now, your page 48, which is the letter from Mr. Mapiyeye to the witness on 13 April 2024.
Yes. Did you say you have that file, Mrs. Gxasheka?
Yes, Chair.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Indeed, I can confirm, Chair, that the letter was shared by our Chief of Police with myself. He shared it with myself and I think Dr. Mkhwanazi. And indeed, that's where the elaboration was made in regards to the sections that we've mentioned of the SAPS Act, basically. And I've already responded on this, how it links with the other legislations, but there's something I want to bring to the fore. The genuinity or the Mapiyeye being genuine about writing this letter. With due respect, Chair, I have to deal with this. This letter is emanating, indeed, from, I think, about 55 positions that he requested that they must be filled. Earlier on, Evidence Leader, you spoke about the selection panel. We also have forms where you initiate the recruitment altogether. It will be signed by Chief of Police, and then it will go to relevant stakeholders or my HR team. Ultimately, I'm the last signature in that form. Maybe we'll make it available tomorrow. That form, again, it talks to the talent acquisition policy. We can make that policy available, section 5.6, where it talks about partnership between line departments and corporate HR. So we've always been in partnership. The issue here, Chair, in one of the areas where I'm implicated, is in regards to the chief of police being suspended. There's a lady here who was promoted. And when we get to that implication and my narrative, you will understand from that lady's statement what actually transpired between herself.
Is this Ms. Jogazi or another?
No, it's
lady?
another lady
Another,
who
oh.
has declared a sexual harassment dispute against the chief.
Yes.
When you read her statement, you get to realize of discussions that has been transpiring, building up to this appointment. And the chief, I think here he was more panicking when he said he was not involved in these processes. This got to Dr. Mkhwanazi, and I think ultimately he did write to Dr. Mkhwanazi. I don't know if we can share. I was not directed to the response of Dr. Mkhwanazi. One thing I can confirm is that the former city manager did call myself and Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi. And these issues were raised, the partnership, the reporting lines, and so forth. In their discussion when they were responding to Dr. Mkhwanazi, where she explained, I think she explained here, that chief, in terms of, despite your SEPS Act, our delegations and other policies and legislations, I've spoken to it, that there's different sub-delegations that are taking place. The chief is expected to sit in the divisional heads, positions, and the deputy, up to deputy directors. But if you recall, on the letter we spoke to, his memo earlier on the deputy directors, he didn't include me and himself. And that already is an indication that as you go down, you do sub-delegate. I saw his statement. He said never in the history of EMPD will have a deputy chief of police appointing. And that's not true. From his own letter, he said in the request for panels, for the lower level, these. So these are the issues we're discussing with Dr. Mkhwanazi. An undertaking was made that Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi must keep the Chief of Police abreast of the processes. He then said in that meeting, we have weekly meetings. You know, the ESCO of EMPD, I am updating. We left Dr. Mkhwanazi's office, we went to my office, we emphasized that this updating must take place. So this letter, it's talking to that, it was addressed. Remember, I've said my role is to provide, it's a transversal support. And when Chief raises these issues of SEP Acts, I do listen to it. And where I feel I must withdraw, I withdraw and allow them to continue with their work. What is important, I did do my job, I advised. So that's the context I wanted to put in this report, that this correspondence was not written with a bona fide mind.
Can I just ask for clarification? Did you respond to this letter because it's addressed to you and the city manager is copied? As we've understood it, and I'm asking clarification, I'm not engaging with what in fact happened and whether it's right or not. You are the addressee, the city manager is copied, you are telling us the city manager called you, even though she's copied. My question is, did you respond to a letter addressed to you? And if you did, do we have that response in front of us?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I did respond, Chair. We had numerous meetings with the Chief of Police.
You did not respond in writing?
No.
Maybe I should have been clearer. Did you respond in writing? Your answer is no.
No.
Okay.
But there's something I need to quickly say. I won't waste your time, Commissioner. On a weekly basis, one of the issues, the systems or interventions I've put, my team gives a weekly report on recruitment. And emanating from that, then I'll have discussions with the departments telephonically or via a meeting. So indeed, I did address. But subsequently to that, Dr. Mkhwanazi was CC'd, and Chief wrote to Dr. Mkhwanazi, if I'm not mistaken. We then had a formal meeting. Thank you.
Can I maybe assist Advocate Chaskalson, the witness has already answered, but maybe if you go to the letter on page 52, that's the one you were referring to, where you say Dr. Mkhwanazi did respond and address the issue. And then you don't have to read all of it, or maybe you can take time if you want. But as I understand it, it was addressed in terms of the last paragraph on page 53. And that's where it ended, and that's how it was resolved.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, thank you, Commissioner, for assisting there. I think from you reading what our different statement, you could see there were challenges. And I think ultimately what Dr. Mkhwanazi raised and said the chief must do to assist the institution is to draft a policy that talks to all this integration of all these legislations that we can't ignore. They are all important. They are all absolute. So indeed, and that policy, Chair, to date, I'm here, Chief is also not there. I haven't seen it, but the aim was, let's stop the confusion. And if it was drafted, we would have all contributed and would have clarified so many issues that made us to be here. Thank you.
Can I just, in the light of Commissioner Khumalo's intervention, I'm confused now. The letter that I was asking you about and that we were looking at is dated the 13th April 2024. Commissioner Khumalo has referred you to a letter of the 6th of June, and it starts your letter dated 5 June 2024. So this can't be a response.
Can I maybe assist
Sorry,
here?
It
It seems to be a response to the letter on the preceding page of the bundle, which is a separate letter dealing about the appointment of the conferment of rank and insignia. So 6 June at page 52 responds to 5 June on page 51.
Yes, and 5 June is Chief Mapia to Dr. Mkhwanazi.
Indeed.
Yes.
On a slightly different subject, which is, I think,
Yes.
the conferment of rank and insignia.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, I don't know if it was taken, my response, when I said I had a meeting with Chief and the weekly meetings.
You answered me.
Oh,
you
thank
said
you.
your response was a meeting.
Thank you.
It wasn't in writing.
Okay.
I thought that's what you said, and I heard you.
If we then move to paragraph 3.1.2, which is on page 41, where the allegation is that you supported the exercise of these powers by the erstwhile city manager, notwithstanding the powers being vested in the chief of police. I understand that you have already essentially responded to that with your discussion of the legislative framework. From my side, I'd like to proceed to paragraph 3.1.3, which deals with the extension of Mr. Mzolo's contract, which we touched on earlier, unless there's anything that you want to amplify in paragraphs 29 to 40.
I'm comfortable. Thank you.
If we then go to 3.1.3, the complaint is that you attempted to extend Commissioner Mzolo's contract that was due for expiry at the end of November 2023 for 6 months. And you respond to that in paragraph 41. Can you just explain your response to the commissioners?
Okay, maybe I can go straight to the annexure of Chief Mapia on page 45, Chair. That is the letter from myself to Dr. Mkhwanazi. I've explained earlier on quickly that for divisional heads,
Sorry, Mrs. Gxasheka, can you just wait for the commissioners to get to the document? Otherwise, I won't
Apologies.
follow what you're saying. And are you talking about your letter to Dr. Mkhwanazi of 19 October 2023?
perfect.
We are there.
Okay,
Thank you.
I explained earlier on that for divisional head and deputy chief of police, they are on a 5-year contract. That is also wrong, by the way, in terms of the latest legislations, but we're not there to discuss that today. Because it's a 5-year contract, they tend to expire every 5 years. Proactively, I will write to the institution, to the Dr. Mkhwanazi, after engaging the line departments or after they've engaged me, and request for an extension where I feel we are not going to conclude a recruitment process timelessly. And here my intention was to request. If you read paragraph 1 of that letter on the purpose, it stipulates that the purpose of this submission is to request the approval of the city manager for the extension of the employment contract of Goodman Mzolo. I would like to take you to page 46, Commissioners. It's clear here there's no intention to usurp anybody's power. If there was that intention, I would have excluded Chief Mapie. I think in my own file, you will see how sometimes these extensions are written. In my draft, Chief Mapie is the first signature. First, that already is giving the vested powers. I'm offering those vested powers in him. Agree or don't agree, that was the aim, Chairperson. The second one, it's myself, and the final approval is Dr. Mkhwanazi. There is nobody that is excluded here in terms of the key stakeholders that needed to take accountability on the appointment process. When the Chief of Police responded, I think on page 47, I don't know if I can go there, EL.
Please do.
Thank you. He was very clear that he's not supporting this process. I haven't asked that question. I will not respond. I won't dwell on it. If again, maybe my extension was supported, again, we won't be here. In the recruitment of this process, we ended up with 2 recommended shortlisted candidates.
Sheka, before you, and forgive me if I'm not pronouncing your surname properly.
No, it's fine.
I heard you when you started. I just want to understand page 46 and to understand your evidence about it. You are the one that wrote this letter to the city manager. You are nodding. The record doesn't pick that up.
Apologies, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm asking. You wrote this letter to the city manager, or is it Chief Mapie who wrote the letter?
If you see the standard of how we communicate in the city, there will be inquiries. So the acting DHTA and HRBP drafted the letter.
Yes.
And true, I'm supporting it because it's our process in HR that we took proactive measures when there is a position to be filled.
I'm not asking who drafted the letter, and I'm really trying to understand what I'm seeing here. I'm not probing yet. I'm not asking who drafted the letter. I'm asking this letter to Dr. Mkhwanazi. Who is it from? It's not from your...
It's from myself, Mrs.
Yes,
Linda Gxasheka.
which is what it says in page 1, right?
Yes.
But in page 2, the first signatory is going to be Chief Mapiaye, and then you are the one that recommend, even though you're the one that's writing the letter. I'm just trying to understand how it works, what one makes of it.
As I said in my own statement, normally the way we write these letters are written by my office to Dr. Mashazi, where I would recommend to Dr. Mashazi that let's extend because the recruitment process is not yet concluded. And then she'll say, I agree or not. I think when we get to my annexures, you'll see there's one example I've put, one or two, if I'm not mistaken, where in other instances you will tick, this one you can extend, this one you cannot. So this is how we're doing it. But here I'm emphasizing, Commissioner, on the issue of Section 64.
No, please don't
So
go
hence
there.
both
No,
of them are here.
No, please don't go there. That's not my question. My question is, and maybe let me tell you where my confusion comes from, is on page 1, the letter is from you. It says so. And then on page 2, you are recommending, and Chief appears to be the author of the letter, just the order of things. I'm asking you to speak to the order. My experience and what we have seen so far here in other matters is the writer of the letter would be the first person to sign. So I would, because of that experience and that kind of evidence, I would have expected you as the author, you are the first name that appears, not Chief Mapiaye. You wouldn't be the one that's recommending because you're the one that's the author of the letter. That's my experience of it and from the evidence. So I'm just asking you to explain just that part.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Chair, as I say that the intention here, under normal circumstances, hence maybe it would have drafted a bit peculiar, we could have done it better. I normally address these letters straight to Dr. Mashazi and not include the line departments because we would have had a discussion about. But because EMPD tends to, we have these challenges of the SEPS Act, so hence then I would have included Chief. But I take note of that it could have been done differently. But what I want to emphasize on, in terms of usurping of powers, I have 3 signatories here. So there was never an intention to usurp anybody's power.
Ms. Gxasheka, that's a conversation further down the line about usurping of powers, so you don't speak to that now. You've answered my question to the best of your ability, I suppose. Thanks, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you.
And maybe if you can then just emphasize paragraph 43, which is, well, if you can do it rather than me.
43, from my statement?
From your statement, indeed.
Thank you. Okay, it reads that notwithstanding the above, this request was not implemented, and subsequently, the position of Deputy Chief of Police, Specialized Operations was advertised. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I would like to correct that, we already advertised by that time. And EMPD, in conjunction with the HR department, embarked on a recruitment, selection, and appointment process for the position of the director. The mere fact that there were 3 signatories, that on its own should be clear as an indication that there was never a malicious intention to overlook the Chief of Police, but one aim was to provide proactive HR services and required guidance to the EMPD at all times. This further indicates that my intention and aim was to ensure that all relevant parties are engaged in this regard. I think we've spoken to this. Thank you.
And maybe, there is a document that's attached as LLG 13 to your statement. It's at page 84 of file 2. And that looks to me like a motivation for the extension of 2 other divisional heads whose terms were expiring roundabouts the same time.
Can you repeat that, John?
If you go to page 84 of file 2, there is a document that has the label LLG 13, which isn't actually the LLG 13 that's referred to in your statement. That LLG 13 is the document in Mr. Mapiye's bundle that we've just looked at. But this LLG 13 seems to me to be a similar letter in which you request an extension of two other divisional heads' contracts which were expiring roundabouts at the same time. Is that, am I understanding this letter correctly?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's what I was trying to explain even to Commissioner Baloyi, that normally I will write straight to Dr. Mkhwanazi, the city manager, where there's extensions to be done. And this one confirms that when Chief decided to decline the extension at EMPD, we further pursued only those two other divisional heads, and we excluded the one of the Deputy Chief of Police. And if you can see there on page 85, there's only two signatures. But in this instance, those other HODs would have been, as I say, engaged myself, and they would want us to run with these processes. Thank you so much.
If we can then go to the allegation in paragraph 3.2, the allegation is that you unlawfully interfered with the disciplinary processes which were instituted against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi concerning his involvement in the fraudulent registration of 7 vehicles which were owned/related to CAT VIP, to the municipality's official vehicle fleet in your capacity as HOD in that. And 3.2.1, you uplifted the suspension of Brigadier Mkhwanazi under the direction of Dr. Mkhwanazi. 3.2.2, you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. 3.2.3, you challenged and overruled the decision by Chief Mapiye to deploy Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi to the EMPD Operations by Law Enforcement Unit pending finalization of the disciplinary process. Your response starts at paragraph 44. And maybe you can take the Commission through paragraphs 44 on.
Thank you, Chair. I think paragraph 44, it repeats what you just articulated, EL. I would like to refer rather to paragraph 45. I submit that to the best of my recollection of those events, the issue of blue lights came to my attention, came to the attention of the municipal officials based on the social media clips, video clips, that have been circulating at the time. I think it was around February 2023, I hope I'm correct with the dates. I emphasize that at this point, I was the acting HOD HR, and I didn't know Julius Mkhwanazi, since he was middle management in terms of occupational levels. And I would not necessarily know all the employees. I've already spoken to the head count or staff complement of Ekurhuleni of about 15,000 permanent employees and 8,000 temps and EPWPs. On the 2nd February 2023, the acting chief of police, Rivers Peace, initiated the investigation. I think that's what I'm trying to explain in terms of what transpired, and the allegations that were leveled against the erstwhile Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi, pertaining to the document issued by Commissioner Julius Mkhwanazi to receive and appoint vehicles and cab services respectively. A copy of the investigation letter, I think we have dealt with it, even the other witnesses who came here, they've dealt with it. The issue was brought to my attention.
Can I ask you just to confirm it? We're talking about the same document. It's at page 86 of file 2.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
The issue came to my attention through Mr. Ngxasheka. I think it was around 15th February 2023. That's why we're in this journey. Via WhatsApp, where he shared the video clips regarding the blue lights that were installed in some cars, although it did not show, by the way, who was in the car, nor the registration. But what I saw in the TikTok video clip, it was just written, typed by somebody, the registration. Mkhwanazi Ngxasheka then requested a meeting to discuss the suspension of Julius Mkhwanazi. It is imperative that one outlines the city's designation. By the way, Commissioner Mkhwanazi, in terms of how he's appointed, I think I've already alluded to that, is the Deputy Chief of Police. A few days later, the meeting was held in the boardroom of the city manager. Xolani and Chief Mabiyeye engaged me in the boardroom of the city manager. And this will be subsequent to the meeting. It is on their statement, where Chief of Police and Xolani Ngxasheka went to meet with Dr. Mashazi, I think in that motor dealership, something like that. There's a meeting that took place there in some offices, strange enough. And in their discussion, from what I read here, in their statements, then Dr. Mashazi said, engage the acting HOD as well, so that she's kept abreast. Again, commissioners and chairperson, I want to bring it to you that we were brought into this matter by the Chief of Police. It takes a junior employee, instead of disciplining the junior employee, he feels he must engage Dr. Mashazi and he must engage, subsequently I must be engaged. It's correct, I'm the acting HOD. Xolani Ngxasheka reports to me, by the way. He's a divisional head, and he always continued to report to me. We met in the boardroom, and I was interested on the videos in terms of what is actually happening there, what is that evidence? You know, before I can even agree on that we embark on a disciplinary hearing. As I said earlier on, I couldn't understand those video clips. All I knew is that Mr. Xolani Ngxasheka, in his WhatsApp, he did say we are in a war. Obviously, I needed to understand what war is this. The conversation changed very quickly, Chairperson, and it focused on how dangerous Mr. Mkhwanazi is and how the Chief of Police is scared of him. He told us that he has increased up his VIP protectors. He is about to install cameras and beef up security in his house. I then asked, if we can correct that, what about Xolani Ngxasheka and myself? We are divisional heads, I was just acting. We don't have money to beef up our securities in our homes, and so forth. The chief, in his response, he then says, look, I'm arranging VIP protection for Xolani. Already, I think he got himself 2 cars. And I said in that meeting, Chief, I'm a woman. You are arranging protection for yourselves. You don't arrange, you don't care about my safety. I think Mr. Ngxasheka attested to that. I then said, if you don't care about my safety, but can you take care of my, I've got a baby, I just had a small baby, that I must raise up. Chief was just cold. He didn't see how important it is to take care of my protection. It was just shocking. I then left the boardroom, Chair, I'll say that. I left the boardroom, I didn't sign any suspension letter, I didn't confirm that I'm going to participate in the process. A day or 2 days later, Chief kept on calling me and says, acting HOD, you have to sign the suspension. I've got a professional duty to sign, despite I'm safe or I'm not safe. And I want it to be recorded here. I think it is on the documents that ultimately I did sign the intention to suspend. Despite their own Chief of Police, who has gun, firearms we don't have, told us how scared of this person, but because of judicial duty, I did sign that suspension letter as well.
Just
I then
confirm-
asked if
sorry,
Chief-
Just confirm it's on 88. 88 of your
It's
fund.
in page 88, where I've signed. And Xolani Ngqiza, who was reporting to me until he left the city of Ekurhuleni, he was reporting to me. He also signed. And then J.D. Mkhwanazi acknowledged the receipt. Thank you, Chief. I then said to Chief after a few days, Chief, at least can you conduct a security risk and threat analysis into our lives? I did, I think Mr. Ngqiza spoke to it, that I said, I don't necessarily have an interest to have VIP protectors. I think they should be focusing on doing other things in the city. But at least I need to know how I should take care of myself and my family. Chief, he sort of agreed that he will speak to provincial or national commissioner and see if this can be conducted. I followed up with him, and at some point he told me he hasn't spoken to them, but he's going to the policy cluster meeting, and when he goes there, he will speak to the issue. I must emphasize, commissioners, that City of Ekurhuleni does not only deal with disciplinary procedures of EMPD, but it provides labor relations management functions to all the departments. I've spoken to this earlier on. As we were embarking and Chief not conducting this risk threat analysis, one of the things we're discussing with Mr. Xolani Ngqiza is the issue that perhaps, that's what he kept on saying to me, there might be syndicate even at roads and transport, at waste. Last year, again, we had a matter at roads and transport. The MMC, apologies, the late MMC, he was pressurizing me that, Linda, this matter must be dealt with and be concluded. And when I'm asked that we have compliance matters to deal with, we've got procedures to follow, he then says, there's a TLB syndicate at roads. They still TLP, those trucks with those nose, and take them to the Eastern Cape. We allocated one of our legal advisors to deal with the matter. Subsequently, she went to Advocate Kemi Bihar and myself and request protection. I asked her, do you really want to have protection? People who follow you, why don't you leave this thing? Let's get external lawyers to deal with this matter. We have so many cases where employees will start with those matters, investigate, even at EMPD. And then as the time goes on, they will stop investigating those matters at Shell. I also had an incident in another matter where there's a company, maybe I shouldn't mention name, that was paid money from the city's bank accounts to this company that has never done business with the city. Is not in our supplier database, but money went to that. And there was an employee who were conducting a disciplinary process for in regarding to that because he was one of the key signatures. That matter is still ongoing. I was approached by the union who was representing that employee. He then says to me, HOD, I want to protect your life. I would like you to settle this matter and let this employee go. And the reason being that if you don't settle it, what they did to one of the councillor's house, there was a councillor his house was shot at. It was like a movie, those movies we used to watch when we were young. I've never seen something like that. He then referred and said, they will do the same to your house. I called, I think Chief was already on suspension that time. I called Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi the following day. I said, come and listen to this. The kind of things we're dealing with. When the employee came there, he explained But we said, can he reduce it in writing? He did not. I don't want to dwell on that, but I'm just dealing with the challenges that we're having at Ekurhuleni.
Just remind
Building
us
to
where
my
you are.
suspension.
Sorry, just remind us where you are because you have moved.
I'm on
about.
page 15 of my statement, paragraph 46.7. On days building to my suspension, I pleaded with the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Executive Mayor and the Legislature, it's called OCMOL, meeting, that the city embarks on its task team. Chairperson, with due respect, your task team has got limited scope. And Ekurhuleni, we've got, what we're dealing with here is the small part of the tip of the iceberg. We've discussed that issue, and I'm hoping maybe with the new team that is established by President, they will also look at other issues as well. I can confirm here that HR management function nowadays is embedded with such risk. On the issue of the security risk and threat analysis, I would like to thank the Commission. After 2-3 years, at least it was done here. And I'm very happy about that. Ekurhuleni has not done risk and threat analysis on us. They have been providing us with protectors, but is that enough? I don't know.
Please just explain a little bit more on what you said about the tip of the iceberg.
Maybe let me go to another issue, Chairperson. I'm the secretary for the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board in the city of Ekurhuleni. I think we have 4 members that were appointed. It's one of the national treasury requirements that it must happen. The investors, they want to know about these issues. And when we're having discussion, after we drafted the terms of reference, then it came from the CEA, the current chief auditor, Mr. Philip Rahwal, that is currently sitting with 20 to 40 forensic cases that have been concluded. And these are one of the issues we discussed with OCMO. And the MMC, I think Pretorius used to be, is the former MMC for corporate, also knows about this, and others, that bring these cases to the fore. Let's find a way of dealing with them and know what we're dealing with. If possible, we close them. And the forensic firm report to Mkhwanazi that I'll speak to, I think it was one part of those. And the intention, my understanding of his operating model is that once he has concluded investigations, those investigations must then be taken to council for implementation, whatever the recommendations are. So I think that's what I was trying to explain, that your scope, your respect, I respect, and we're learning from South Africa, from this commission. We might have missed others, but this one, we're learning. Hence, I propose that the OCMOL speak to all the HODs, let them ventilate, let's deal with the issues. But I would like to keep it at that for now. Based on the allegations, I'm on paragraph 47, page 15. Based on these allegations, a suspension was signed. We already spoken to that. I don't know if I can move on, EL, to the uplifting of the suspension.
Please do.
Thank you. In terms of the collective agreement on disciplinary procedure, a suspension, it's 3 months. However, it can be extended. I think it reads that suspension or utilization of an employee in another capacity shall be for a fixed predetermined period and shall not exceed 3 months from date that the municipal manager or his representative is satisfied that there is a prima facie case and that an act of misconduct has been committed. However, where circumstances prohibit the conclusion of the disciplinary proceedings within the aforementioned timeframe, suspension or utilization in another capacity can be extended for another 3 months. That's the reason then, Chair, on page 40, paragraph 48, on page 16, I had to put that paragraph that talks to the accounting officer and her instructions. That, by the way, I also on section 60 of the MFMA and also section 64B of the SEPS Act. Dr. Mkhwanazi called us. I'm on page 50. Paragraph 50. Around the month of May 2023, the accounting officer called the Chief of Police, Xolani, and HOD Kemi Bihari and myself into a meeting. She wanted answers as to why the disciplinary hearing process of the erstwhile Brigadier Mkhwanazi has not commenced. Remember, the first 3 months has passed now, or is about to pass. Mr. Nhlanhla provided an explanation including that the process has advanced. If you recall, Commissioners, in his statement, he explained that at some point they were engaging IPID, and he took a discretion without talking to me, because remember that time I'm appointed, I'm no longer an acting HOD. I'm his absolute line manager, his absolute boss. But he took a decision that he'll use his discretion subsequent to the meeting they had with IPID. I've never met anybody from IPID to date, because I don't deal with SAPS with crime investigation matters. I deal with HR matters. But in our discussion with IPID, from what he explained even on his statement, is that arrest is imminent. They're going to arrest. And therefore, he took a discretion that perhaps he should not discipline. He must wait for the arrest. 3 months is going. He doesn't discuss that with me or Dr. Mkhwanazi. So he decided at that point in time he's not going to proceed with the disciplinary, waiting for that arrest. And I got to know about this, as I say, in this statement, but Dr. Mkhwanazi wanted answers at that time. And Dr. Mkhwanazi decided then there's no point for us to extend the suspension any further. They've spoken to that. We're all called in a meeting. What I've realized with the city manager, the former city manager, is that every time she engages you, she's well vested with knowledge legally. At that time, I didn't know where she would been briefed, but you could hear that she's briefed. In our debate, that's why at some point we were told, me and Advocate Kemi, we're always together on things. Because I felt the only strategy to deal with things, I must bring legal as well when I go to engage with them. Is this a lawful instruction or not?
Sorry, can I just clarify? You're talking about a meeting in May. Do you have an exact date? Were there minutes from this meeting? Is there any record of the meeting that we could have access to?
Okay, the management style of Dr. Mkhwanazi, I think earlier on I spoke that when this started, if you recall, the meeting took place in some car dealership.
Yeah.
So the way she will engage you, she will call you to a meeting. There is no prior agenda or arrangement of the meeting. You are just called to be there. Or she will call you and give instruction telephonically. That's how things were done. But as I said, that if you go to Chief Mapia's statement and Mr. Nhlanhla, I think they said, if I can recall, we were called telephonically. The instruction was given telephonically. I think that's where we differ. On my side, I'm saying I think we had a meeting on that particular day.
In your original statement, the earlier one, not the supplement, in 27.3 on page 9, That's where you deal with that meeting.
Okay. On the first statement, not the
Yes.
supplementary.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, but I think what I want to emphasize on is that we were all called and instruction was given.
But I understand that there was no formal agenda, kind of formal notice of the meeting. Was there any record of the meeting kept? Was either in the form of a minute, or was there anything confirming what was decided at the meeting? Is there any written record of what seems to me to be quite an important decision that was taken at this meeting and taken at the instance of the accounting officer?
No, there is no record of the meeting. I've said it earlier on that the management style was that you'll be instructed telephonically, even if there's a meeting, it's an informal meetings. The only formal meetings we'll have is the SMT, the Strategic Management Team meetings. There they record, they have minutes, and other formal meetings. But where there's instructions to be given, majority of time, you are just called. I think, if I recall, I went home, I had load shedding, I got missed calls from Nhlanhla that night. And then I responded when I woke up midnight, and at some point I did say in his WhatsApp as well, he confirmed that can he start drafting the letter. They drafted the letter, the following day the letter was made available, I signed it, and Mr. Mkhwanazi, I said, can you also engage Chief and make sure that he calls Mr. Mkhwanazi to come and fetch his letter? One important thing, Chair, that I need to talk to, I might get to it at some point, but if I'm allowed, I want to raise it now. Or maybe let me wait for paragraph 53. I want to say here, what I want to emphasize on is the DPCA, clause 16.4. 3 months, you can extend, but an instruction was given by the accounting officer, and therefore there was no extension of the 3 months. To be honest, even bargaining council, they have no appetite of us extending suspensions. If they allow you, that 6 months will be the last, but they will be very hard on you. They expect that you should have started with the process. And my understanding in terms of law, you will correct me, suspension is not punitive. It talks to, are you going to interfere with the witnesses? Are you going to jeopardize the process and so forth? So the debates, as I say, you find the city manager well vested with knowledge legally. The debates become minimal, especially when there's also legal that is there, then I can only do so much as an HR practitioner.
Just so that I understand your evidence on this, you're not saying all of that about the bargaining council's appetite and the city managers being vested. You're not saying those are the reasons that there was no extension. You say there was no extension because the city manager instructed. It's that simple and plain. At least that's what you say in your statement.
For now, and as I said, I will elaborate when I get to
Okay.
paragraph
I was
52.
just clarifying. That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you.
Can I'm also trying to get the sequence right. The meeting had to be before the 24th of May, because you say around the 24th of May you reminded Mr. Nhlanhla to draft a letter of upliftment. Can you place approximately, how long before the 24th of May would it have been? A couple of days, a week? What are we talking about?
Thank you, Chair. I think it was around the 23rd, because if I recall, there was a draft of the extension. We intended to extend. In fact, if we extended again, I will keep on saying all these small errors or big errors we did wouldn't be here. So it was drafted. I had an appetite to extend. But like I said, that there's discussions that are taking place between Chief Xolani and Dr. Mashas. And if I can get to 53, I will tell you what probably made Dr. Mkhwanazi not to agree on the extension. So it would have been around the 23rd, and I'm reiterating, I wanted to sign the extension.
Do we have a copy of that draft, the draft to extend?
I'm not sure if it will be in my file, but it will be in the file of, I think, Mr. Ngciza or Chief Mapieye. And one of them also attested to that. I think Xolani Ngciza did mention that he did submit to me. We had a discussion. I was ready to sign. Thank you, Chair.
I think it's addressed in the statement of Mr. Ngciza, page 17 of that statement, paragraphs 43 to 45, but there isn't a copy of the document, the draft attached.
Chair, we'll make it available. We'll make it available this afternoon, tomorrow, just for ease of reference.
Thank you. And maybe if you can, I mean, have you said what you want to say in respect of 50.3?
Yes, I think it will overlap to the issue of the charge sheet and certain emails that transpired, and that probably also caused Dr. Mkhwanazi not to want to extend. I'll speak to that.
Then the allegation in relation to the non-acceptance of the charge sheet. That's an allegation that we see at 3.2.2 at paragraph, at page 42 of the statement of the annexure bundle. The allegation is that you directed Brigadier Mkhwanazi not to accept receipt of the charge sheet when arrangements were being made to serve it on him by Mr. Sidzambe. And you respond to that from paragraph 53. Can you just address your response now?
To address this issue, Chair, I'm disputing this allegation that is leveled against me, that I instructed Mr. Mkhwanazi, along with the accounting officer, not to accept the charge sheet. The first irregularity in terms of my annexure LLG 18, the charge
Sorry, just
sheet,
for the commissioners, that's page 90 of file 2. 90.
the charge sheet, Chair, a normal standard legally, although I don't want to get to the legal space, I'm not a legal practitioner, but a normal practice is that the charge sheet, somebody must make a comment when it's not served. So if you go to page 91, no, annexure 9, is it a page? Page 91.
Page 94 is the end of the charge sheet where there's a space for acknowledging receipt.
Okay. Oh yeah, page 94. Apologies on that. It's very clear. It's there's just a signature of Majang Inc. attorneys by Mohale Mahosh. There's no comment from the divisional head, erstwhile divisional head, Xolani Ngqiza. There's no comment by Tami Sidzamba. Chair, I would like to take you to the emails, I think on page 95. But we'll start.
Sorry, before we get there, can I just get this clear? You deny that you instructed Julius Mkhwanazi not to accept the charge sheet?
I fully agree. I deny that.
I just wanted that on record.
Okay.
Now I think you were going to take us to the email trail, which is from page 95. And maybe it may make sense to take it back to front, because chronologically it starts on page 98 and then works backwards in time, or forwards in time.
I want us to go to page 98.
Sure.
That's a very important correspondence. In the middle, it says, "Dear Mr. Ngqiza, the above matter refers, please find attached the charge sheet to be served on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. His contact details are as follows." The cell phone number is there. "Please note that the employee must be served by no later than today, 15th June 2023. For the economy of time, the employee may be served with a charge sheet today via email and then in person. For the economy of time, I'll repeat that, the employee must be served with a charge sheet today, underlined via email. I have not seen that email, Chair. And if you recall, on the statement of Brigadier Mkhwanazi, he then said he has never seen the charge sheet, has never been delivered to him. Remember, now we have a challenge that brought us here, where we've uplifted a suspension. The employee is easily accessible, is in the city of Ekurhuleni, is fully functioning, he's got an email address. But directed to Mr. Ngqiza doesn't serve the charge sheet.
Can I just take you back up the correspondence, because I mean, obviously I don't know the true state, I can only infer what I see in the documents, but it seems to me that the charge sheet attached on the 15th of June would not have been served, because if you go up, you see there is an email from Henny Erasmus to Majang attorneys saying, "Dear Godfrey, after consultation with the Chief of Police, we added a 5th and 6th charge based on the evidence discovered during the investigation. We will elaborate on these during our consultation process." So there are now additional charges. And then if we go up further, so that was at 8:44 in the morning on the 19th. If we go up to the foot of page 96, we see Majang attorneys respond to Mr. Ngqiza again. "Dear Mr. Ngqiza, as discussed earlier today, please find the attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. His contact number is 073, etc. Please provide us proof of service." Then there is a similar letter at 11:09. So to Mr. Ngqiza was 11:02, to 11:09 it was to Mr. Sidzamba, also from Majang attorneys. That we see at the top of page 96. "Dear Tami, as discussed, please find attached charge sheet and assist with service on the above-named employee, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today." Then on the 20th, "Dear Tami, Further to our telephone conversation earlier today, please find attached amended charge sheet for service on Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. It must be served today. The DC is scheduled for 3 July. Parties shall discuss and agree on further dates of hearing before the chairperson on 3 July. Please forward us proof of service as soon as you've served the charge sheet. Then, Mr. Sidzamba, after receipt of the 20 June email, forwards to Mr. Nhlanhla that email and says, "Good day, Nkokeli. Attached, please find the Julius Mkhwanazi charge sheet as provided by my young attorneys. Kind regards, Tami Sidzamba." So this charge sheet clearly went through several iterations between 15 and 20 June, and it seems as though it wasn't served. It certainly hadn't been served before 20 June.
Thank you, Chair. One of the charges, the city, through the city manager, Mr. Gxasheka, have served me with the charges regarding my disciplinary hearing as I'm suspended. In one of those charge sheets, it says I misled counsel when I instituted the forensic report into what transpired here. We're going to get to that. But if somebody analyzes this, there's games that are being played here. In your last two communication between Xolani and Tami, Xolani sends the charge sheet to Tami, Tami sends the charge sheet to Xolani. Nobody's sending the charge sheet to Julius Mkhwanazi. They've been advised, and they know it. Serve the charge sheet via email. Thereafter, find Julius Mkhwanazi. If we did not uplift the suspension, I will understand if they're saying they can't find Julius Mkhwanazi anyway. Julius Mkhwanazi was in the employ of the city. There is no way you cannot find Julius Mkhwanazi. Now what happens, the blame is given to me and Dr. Mashaz that we refused to say for Julius to accept the charge sheet. Another procedure and process you follow when you serve a charge sheet, Chair. If you're going to have amendments to the charge sheet, we all know, you can have them done even when the DC has started. It will not stop you. Not at any given point in time. The bottom line is from the 15th, this charge sheet was never served. And then we have Dr. Mashaz who keeps on saying, HR, you're playing games here with your work. When she instructs us to uplift a suspension, there's big issues. But we have two employees who are playing games with one another. A divisional head who reports to me and his subordinates. They don't serve the charge sheet. I don't know what happens when I'm not there, Chair. Things they know that I wouldn't have known at that time. But I wanted to reiterate, and I want to still say that I'm refusing where I'm told Mr. Mkhwanazi must not serve the charge sheet.
Ms. Gxasheka, can I just again to clarify, we've had evidence, including from Mr. Behari, that at some point there was a change in how things are done, where you and Mr. Behari were now to approve decisions about disciplinary action. At page 95, when was that decision in terms of date?
If you see it, Chair, through you, Chair, if you see, Commissioner, 22nd August 2023.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. That is after even the intended date of the DC must take place.
Yeah, no. Please try answer my question, then we'll go quicker. My question is really the date. When did that new regime of doing things come into effect? When
around
things
August.
Must be approved? Around August. So around this date when this is sent to you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
You've addressed the email correspondence. You then speak from paragraph 56 about a forensic audit. Can you explain what a forensic report. Can you explain what that forensic report was?
Thank you, Chair. EL. The forensic report, it emanated from an anonymous email, something like that, where it was, there were allegations of favoritism against Mr. Mkhwanazi in that his disciplinary hearing was never concluded. We then subsequently were all called by Dr. Mashazi, I think they've also spoke to that, into an urgent meeting as to come and explain what actually transpired here. And subsequent to that meeting, one of the key issues that were discussed on that meeting, and is in that the scope of that forensic, was who leaked the information of the city, who is dealing with, who's denting Dr. Mashazi's name and the CFO. I couldn't understand the part of the COO, but now that I've started following things here, I think it was talking maybe to the CFO of the Tembisa Hospital. I wasn't sure if it was our own CFO of that, but it was more about favoritism towards Mr. Mkhwanazi. So in the meeting, then Dr. Mashazi wanted answers. And she also complained.
I just need to clarify. The answer she wanted was, why has it leaked that this DC hasn't happened, or what were the answers that, what was the leak she was concerned about?
Okay, I was about to address that, EL. The first complaint is the leaking of the information. Number two is the issues of labor costs that were escalating. Number three is the absenteeism of the HOD HR and HOD legal on labor-related matters. In my scope and the request I made to internal audit, I further added the issue of how the ER division, it's one of the divisions that I'm responsible for, it's called Employee Relations, how they've been handling matters of EMPD in terms of grievances, labor dispute in general. But in my scope, I further became specific and said, in the Julius Mkhwanazi's matter, that's a very key part of the agreed engagement letter with internal audit. That actually what happened to Mr. Mkhwanazi's matter, how was it handled? Obviously, when you read these emails we spoke to earlier on, you can see that we had to do the investigation. The ball post and non-accountability and non-conclusion of this. So that report...
What was the investigation that you had to do?
It was looking at first who leaked the charge sheet and who leaked the whole process of Mkhwanazi's matter to the anonymous email, because I think he wrote to Jeff Wicks, and then he copied Dr. Mashazi, myself, legal, and others. Number two, it was the management of labor relations matters by the Employee Relations and EMPD. I further said specifically the matter of Julius, the Deputy Chief of Police, Julius Mkhwanazi. Another scope, another point on the scope, it was the escalating labor-related cost. That, by the way, ended up with issues where even Majang, who was responsible for this case of Julius Mkhwanazi and the 3 others, I think Scholes, Mackenzie, and Twala, Madlanga Incorporated attorneys was responsible for that case as well. That it started with the DC, I'll talk to it, but it was never concluded because we're not paying attorneys Ekurhuleni. Still a challenge to date. So that was my scope, Chair.
Can I, just in paragraph 6, you say the report came with findings including seeking a legal opinion as to whether we continue with the disciplinary process. Is that the report that came from Mr. Rachwale? He said you need to now get an opinion as to whether you should continue.
Yes, in fact, I was going to talk to that, EL.
Okay, please do.
Indeed, in the recommendations, despite in that report, they did speak to the limitations, and the limitations they had, it included the non-availability of the file, as Madlanga attorneys could not give us that file because they said we never paid him. That was one of the limitations on the scope, but one of the recommendations was, on top of all those other recommendations, a legal opinion must be sought. And I think we know that it was discussed here by Advocate Kemi. I'm not a legal practitioner. I do want to challenge legal opinions sometimes, and I will give my own mind into it. But ultimately, we are all key stakeholders in making certain decisions. And I think every institution, if you would not normally, under normal circumstances, if you would not heed to the direction provided by legal, you're going to be in trouble. But I'll leave it at that for now.
Maybe before you leave it, just so that we understand your evidence, what was the legal opinion that on continuing with the disciplinary hearing?
Okay. I know, through you, Chair, Commissioner, you want direct answers, but I want to give you a context. I really appeal for the context.
No, I'll tell you what, it's always helpful that you give the answer and then you can explain as necessary, because we end up getting lost. That's why in the last round, Mr. Chaskalson had to ask you, what is your answer? Because you started by explaining and you forgot to say what in fact is your answer to a direct question. So my direct question is, what did the legal opinion say? And you should answer that, and then you can explain whatever you want to explain after that.
Thank you. The only legal opinion I saw in this matter was we are not going to discipline Mkhwanazi, despite what IPID has said. We're not going to discipline for whatever reasons. And as I said, I wouldn't want to do it. Respectfully so, can I be allowed not to enter into your space?
No, you have answered my question.
Thank you.
Are you referring to the document that was signed by 2 people, or are you referring to something else?
That one. The one that was signed by
Mr.
Advocate Zulu. And I don't know if he's also an advocate, but Mr. Thabo Makwiteng.
Yes.
I would like to assume that is the final legal opinion the city of Ekurhuleni had on the matter of Mkhwanazi. One thing I would want to add, Chair, because I'm being persecuted Ekurhuleni through my evidence here, is that the report I initiated, it never reached council. It never reached council. And the reason I'm raising that, if that report went to council earlier on, again, I'm going to repeat, we might not be here. Council would have probably override certain of those recommendations. Where I'm told I'm misleading council, I'm saying when council asks questions and say to council, because the report only came in 2024 June, the final report. When it was sent to me by Mr. Philip Rachwale, he said, for your interest, just in case you might be interested, it's not my report. It's his report that must go to council with the other ones that I spoke to. But I kept on saying to council before the report was available that We are still investigating this matter. I think when we get to other levels in terms of how chief the events went from asking when are we finalizing this matter to a day he decided on the 24th, if I'm not mistaken, of June, that he is terminating this disciplinary process. I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't have supported that. And my evidence, the forensic report, and the letters I continuously wrote to my junk attorneys, bring back the files. My last meeting with my junk attorneys, it was in October, November last year, where I've said to Mr. Majang, I think we're in that meeting, if I can, we can go to page 21, paragraph 62. I was in that meeting with Philip Rahwale, where we had an online meeting with Mr. Majang. I indicated to Mr. Majang that the executive mayor and the city manager, the acting city manager at the time, they are looking at this matter now. It's no longer about us paying invoices.
Sorry, I think we may have lost each other with references. I have you at paragraph 58. Is that correct?
I've moved a long time ago. Paragraph?
58.
Oh, apologies. Thank you, EL. Apologies for that. Yes. In the last meeting, it took place in October, November 2025. The meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by myself and Mr. Rahwale. I can make a copy available of the request and the agenda of that particular meeting.
Sorry. Just before we get to this meeting, again, I want to just clarify the chronology. The July anonymous email was July 2023 that triggered the forensic report.
If I'm not mistaken, it was August. The one I was copied on.
If you go back to paragraph 56, you say, all I can say is I'm the one person who followed the disciplinary matter of Mr. Mkhwanazi. I initiated the forensic report after the July anonymous email.
Okay, as I say, it's between July and August. Apologies about that.
And you initiated the forensic report when?
Immediately after we got that email.
Immediately after
Yes.
that email. So it's
Yes.
plus minus July, August
Yes,
2023.
yes.
But although the report was commissioned in July, August 2023, it was only concluded, you say, in June 2024.
Yes, in paragraph 56, yes, that's what I said.
And then nobody acted on it, or Mr. Rahwale only acted on it in July 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry to take you out of your sequence. You were then now back at the last meeting in October, November 2025.
The last meeting took place around October, November 2025. That meeting was held on Teams, and it was attended by Mr. Rahwale and myself. The issue of handing over of the ER files was top of the agenda. In the last meeting, despite the fact that I sensitized to Mr. Majang that the files were no longer required by council, but rather we need to prepare for the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, as the executive mayor informed us to start with the preparations. I further reminded him that HR invoices, according to his latest emails, were paid. While we had problems with our investigation, on my side, I pushed that let's pay Mr. Majang so that Mr. Majang can bring the files of the city, so that we can conclude this matter. Despite it took 2 years or 3 years, we're here now. We could have done it internally. In his response, he then said, he made it very clear in the meeting that HR department is not an entity, a separate entity, but forms part of COE as the organization, and therefore, while other invoices remain unpaid, he will not release the HR files. But he further, I sensitized him, I think I don't want to repeat myself. In his response, he further said that if the Madlanga Commission inquiry subpoena the file, he will bring it here. But not Ekurhuleni, as long as we have not paid his invoices.
Is there a Madlanga Commission of Inquiry?
Oh, no, apologies. Chairperson, Judge Madlanga. He said he will bring the files to Madlanga Commission inquiry if there's a subpoena. Rather than that, because we're not paying the invoices, he will not give me the files. Apologies once more about that.
No, not at all.
Another strange incident, I think I'm on page, still on page 20, paragraph 60. Another strange incident that I feel it must be brought to the attention of the Commission is that while I couldn't win with Mr. Majang, and I fully comprehend his demise, we don't pay invoices. They need to feed their families and of their staff. I asked the coordinator in my office to call Mr. Sijamba and to check once more if indeed there is not even a thin file we have from the ER division. And the way they've been doing things in the ER division under Mr. Nhlanhla, who was the divisional head reporting to me, they will leave everything to the law firms. Everything. You ask them, they are going to bargaining council, they go without a file. But in this particular instance, Mr. Sidamba, he says something that's very strange to me and the lady in my office that at some point, Mr. Nhlanhla said he must delete every document relating to Mr. Mkhwanazi disciplinary matter. I called him myself, Tammy, and he confirmed that. I found that very shocking, and it was difficult to comprehend on my side. But as I said, Mr. Majang is willing to bring the file here, if you can save the city. All the issues I've mentioned above, including the matter, I wouldn't want to mention the name of the company, where we had to pay a company that doesn't exist, form part of the outstanding investigation reports, and the matter of Julius Mkhwanazi is one of them. And also how these have been handled by the city. And it's one of the things that we have to get them right. One of the proposals I've made, because when I looked how much we budget for labor-related costs and the staff we have internal, I proposed that some of the positions, based on the budget, maybe let's fill positions, because if a person is appointed, you're going to be forced to pay that person. Nonetheless, there are complex matters. There will always be complex matters that need an external law firm. So it's one of the things that we've started filling positions at legal. We're in a process of filling similar positions of legal advisors in HR to try and keep things in the city. But I'll keep on saying, unfortunately, we find ourselves in this space. I've already spoken to the issue of the Financial Misconduct Board. I would like to skip those paragraphs. Through you, Chair?
Certainly do.
Maybe before you proceed, just so that I understand what it is you're saying in that paragraph 61, you have the name which you skipped. I assume it's the name of a company you say that name matter, which forms part of the other outstanding investigation reports, the matter of Julius Mkhwanazi and how they are or have been handled by all involved in the city remains important. And then you go on to speak to the financial misconduct disciplinary role. Are you saying to us that the matter of that company or the reports and or the reports that are before the Financial Misconduct Disciplinary Board include matters relating to Commissioner Mkhwanazi? Is that what you're conveying in that paragraph?
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, Commissioner, I think what I was trying to say earlier on, if you recall, that the 20 to 40 forensics between these numbers, I know it's a big difference, I shouldn't be not knowing the number. If they came to the board, the disciplinary board, and we dealt with, including the report of Mkhwanazi, that will then subsequently go to council, we might not be here.
You're not saying the forensic reports, the 22, whatever number forensic report, and that company name matter, you're not saying they relate to Commissioner Mkhwanazi. That's what I'm trying to understand, what your evidence is.
The forensic report of Commissioner Mkhwanazi,
yes,
forms part of all these forensic reports that are sitting with the internal audit office.
Okay.
And that are not being discussed and concluded
I
and
see.
go to council. And go to council. Apologies.
Thank you.
But you don't have any knowledge that that company has any link to Julius Mkhwanazi?
No, they don't.
Mr. Chaskalson, before we move to the next topic, this is maybe for lunch and it can be dealt with after lunch. Mrs. Gxasheka mentioned something in passing and it relates to one of the allegations against her, which was her involvement in the withdrawal of charges around 20 to 21 June 2023. Where her intervention was sought by Mapieye and she and Behari got involved. So she only dealt with the last part where she says, I did not agree with the withdrawal, but she didn't give the full context and how it came about. Maybe during lunch she can have regard to, I think it's JM 31 and 32 of Mapieye. It's those three up to JM 33, which would be the last one. And then she can just deal with that before she's asked questions about it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chaskalson, do you want to start something new or?
I'm happy for us to take the lunch break now. I think we should, I'm quite anxious to get through the whole statement before we leave today. And we may need to do some of the topics going forward at a higher level. But let's break for lunch now.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Yes, Mr. Shadrack.
Thank you, Chair. Before we broke, Commissioner Mkhwanazi had referred you to 3 letters sent by Chief Mapiye and was interested in your response in relation to these 3 letters. Maybe if we can take them sequentially. The first one is that was the letter of 20 June 2023 and is headed Upliftment of Suspension, and it's addressed to you by Chief Mapiye. Do you have any comment on this letter?
Mr. Chairperson, what page are we looking at?
It's 179 of the Mapiye annexure bundle. This is the letter in which the chief redeployed.
Maybe shown on screen if there's no. I don't think there's any issue with it, or not. Oh.
It's the letter where the chief indicates that he's now going to redeploy Brigadier Mkhwanazi, as he then was, to the bylaws department when his suspension is uplifted.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and EL. This letter is emanating from the previous letter where I've advised the Chief of Police in terms of the upliftment of suspension. It came with no conditions to either utilize the employee in another capacity. If you recall, when we went to discuss the disciplinary procedure on collective agreement 16.4, it's very clear: you suspend or you utilize the employee in a different capacity. My advice, Chair, it sought to guide the chief that we need to adhere to the instruction of the accounting officer and the discussions that have where this was decided. And number 2, there's a transfer process in the city that if you're going to transfer an employee to a different capacity, there must be a written motivation, and there must be a consent from the employee if that transfer is going to happen. I'm emphasizing it's an advice. The chief is dealing with operational issues at EMPD, is dealing with disciplinary issues at EMPD. But the minute the issues go to bargaining council, HR is left alone. In fact, I've been saying to the ER team that let's get to a situation that departments, if there's a matter that goes to bargaining council, they lead it. We just advise even at that level. The concern I had there, Chair, it was that we're not talking to the talent acquisition policy. There's a paragraph there that talks to transfer, how transfer must be done. Number 2, if I can read maybe the last paragraph on this letter where it says, due to generic scope of Brigadier's Director EMPD job description, it does not have any impact on the work or performance that is required from any senior manager. If Brigadier Mkhwanazi could, the erstwhile Brigadier Mkhwanazi could have decided at that point in time to declare a dispute against the city, it would have probably said you didn't follow the talent acquisition policy on transfers, and he could easily declare a constructive dismissal. That you're allowing me to go and do a work of a law enforcement by law enforcement, whereas you appointed me as Deputy Chief of Police on specialized services. If he fails there, again, probably was going to go through another disciplinary process. We could have been found wanting. So I was just advising Chief of Police that guide against. And he made it clear that he's comfortable with how he has handled his matter. I didn't take it any further. It ended there.
But do I understand you correctly that you appear to be addressing transfers in general? You do not appear to be addressing transfers in the context of a disciplinary process. Am I understanding you correctly? I'm just seeking clarity.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've explained that in 16.4 of the DPCA, it says, when I read it earlier on, it's either you suspend or you utilize a person to another capacity. My interpretation of that is you might not suspend from the beginning, but you can utilize another, and it comes under one paragraph. My understanding as an HR practitioner was you do one of the two. When you uplift that, then you go back to a substantive position. It's either you are sitting at home or you are referred to another department. So I'm clubbing that as part of the suspension, that we can suspend you and go and sit at home and you earn a salary for free at home, or we utilize in another capacity. I'm addressing that, Chair. Number two, I'm adding to that.
And you are not using transfer for that. The use in another capacity, you are not using transfer for that. Or would you still use transfer as well?
Chair, you can use transfer if you want to. But all I'm saying, remember, even if it's a suspension, we give you
let's
apply.
Let's forget about the suspension.
Or
just
going
focus
somewhere.
on use in another capacity or transfer to some other position.
In those incidents as well, Chair, you must get a written motivation and there must be consent. And in this instance, I didn't see that.
Maybe I'll sound like I'm already beginning with the intrusive questioning, but I find it strange that you would have to first get the consent of the employee where you are transferring because there's a disciplinary process afoot. That's where I have a difficulty. Anyway, please proceed, Mr. Gxasheka.
Can I just clarify that the letter that you're referring to, your 15 June letter, is the letter at page 178 of the Mapiyeye annexure bundle. It's JM30. Is that the letter you were referring to?
That's correct.
So you now responded to your letter and, or you've explained your letter and responded to Mr. Mapiyeye's response. The next letter from Mr. Mapiyeye was the following day, which was the 21st of June. And in this letter, he was indicating that because of the collective agreement provisions, if the charges against then Brigadier Mkhwanazi were to proceed, the charge sheet would have to be served the following day, 22 June. And he was motivating strongly for those charges to be served, and he addresses a letter to Advocate Bahari and to yourself. What was your response to this letter?
Before I could respond to this letter, Chair, There's other events that happened. But before I talk to those events, I would like to, Chair, to refer the Commission to the statement of Chief of Police on paragraph 102. I would like to read
Sorry,
that.
paragraph?
102. After I've read the statement of Chief of Police, I would like to refer through you, Chair, and read the paragraphs 69 and 70 of Mr. Nhlanhla's statement.
Paragraph 102 is at page 28.
Page 28, yes. Thank you. On the 21st June 2023, following discussions initiated by Ms. Gxasheka and Advocate Bihari, HOD Legal, I was pressurized to hand over the docket relating to Brigadier Mkhwanazi to Advocate Bihari. This I did as per Memorandum of Advocate Bihari, dated 21st June 2023. Thank you. I'm going to read Nhlanhla's statement, page 23, paragraph 69 and 70.
Sorry, page 33.
23.
Oh, 23.
On the 21st June 2023, Chief Mapieya updated me about his interaction with Dr. Mkhwanazi and Advocate Bihari, who has advised that there was no case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Chief Mapieya subsequently instructed to withdraw the internal investigation into Brigadier Mkhwanazi's matter. I was informed on the 22nd June 2023, Chief of Mapieya withdrew the internal investigation. I was of the view that this letter has no force of law. Chief Mapieya couldn't withdraw an internal investigation that was already completed and had been the basis for disciplinary proceedings. The ship had sailed. The internal investigation was at the stage already completed and my young attorneys have already been briefed, and I was of the view that disciplinary proceedings must continue, and the Chief of Police was factus official. If I can go back now to the letter of Chief of Police.
Before you go, sorry to do this to you. I had hoped that you would read 103 of Mapieya, unless you're still coming back to it. Because that's where he says the pressure happened.
I'll gladly do that.
103.
Yes.
Yes.
I was also instructed to withdraw charges against Mr. Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I addressed a letter Brigadier Mkhwanazi advising that I had taken a decision to withdraw the internal investigation processes and redeploy him to substantive position. The effect of this letter was not to withdraw the disciplinary process. In fact, it was deliberately meaningless, as it purported to withdraw an internal investigation, which at the time had been completed, and the basis which charges had been formulated. This I did in a bid to stop the consistent harassment I was facing from the city manager and the two HODs. In fact, therefore, the disciplinary procedure has been withdrawn and attached. I think then we're talking to JM33.
So,
I was going to come to this,
That's fine.
Commissioner. I was going to come to it. In the statement of the Chief of Police and Nhlanhla, they are contradicting itself when it comes to this matter. Chief, he says he had an engagement with HOD HR and legal. I refute here that I was part of that engagement. I don't think I would have agreed to such. Hence, later on, I requested that let's have a forensic investigation done into this whole mess. Xolani Chair says the discussion took place, according to Chief, the discussion took place between Dr. Mkhwanazi and Advocate Kim. I'm not going to exonerate myself in this mess. Hence, I continuously, the latest before my suspension last year, and said, let's get to the bottom of this. But if somebody is listening carefully, there has been continuously discussions that are taking place outside myself. Let alone that when I engage the city manager, sometimes I find that legally she's been well briefed. But we'll have our discussions and debates on the issues. It's a very confusing situation between these two statements, but I'm reiterating, I don't think I would have agreed to this if we engaged on it. There were discussions that were taking place between Chief of Police and legal without me taking place. The file, I've kept on asking for a file desperately as late as 2025. If we had the file, I mean, they are talking about the copy, where he says, by the way, in that discussion, if you read paragraph 2 of his letter, he says, as discussed earlier today, I wasn't part of that discussion, but he says I was. Or I'm just copied, I don't know.
You're not copied. You are an addressee together with Advocate Behari and Mr. Erasmus.
Thank you, Sean. He says, as discussed earlier on and agreed upon, there's agreements that took place, and I want to reiterate here, I wouldn't agree to such.
Did you respond to this letter?
I've never received the letter. I don't know the letter.
You don't remember receiving it?
No.
And just to be fair to you, Advocate Behari, when he gave evidence, he said he cannot recollect whether you were present at the meeting. I just thought I should be fair to you and give you that.
I was never. To my surprise, then the chief writes the letter of the, can I move EL? The letter dated 22nd June 2023, it's on page 180 of Chief's annexures. That's where Chief, we are here now because of this letter, where he withdrew this process. Again, Chair, Linda Gxasheka is not mentioned here. Hence, I'm saying maybe I should give a statement. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. When it suits them, they include me on matters. When it suits them, they want to exclude me. Maybe there's a reason they excluded me here, because I would have challenged this. I think I'll stop there for now. I haven't read the letter of the 22nd June 2023, but maybe I should read it to the Commission. The heading, it's addressed to Julius Mkhwanazi, Director, Specialized Services, Mr. G. Mzolo, Deputy Chief of Police, and Dr. Mkhwanazi, City Manager from IJ Mabia, Chief of Police. 22nd June 2023, as stated, disciplinary matter is the subject. J. Mkhwanazi. On the 2nd February 2023, allegations of a very serious misconduct were received from the media query from News 24 journalist Mr. Jeff Wicks, which implicated yourself and which subsequently investigated by Internal Affairs Section EMPD. To date, the matter has not been concluded. I, as the Municipal Police Commissioner, he makes a demand there. Take this decision to withdraw this internal investigation process under the case number 0302-2023, and herewith redeploy you back to a substantive position, Director, Specialized Service, as from 26 June 2023. Hope you find this in order. Thank you. He's demanding that, Chair, is very clear command. I, Chief Mabiye, with his power, without anybody usurping, he makes this decision on his own. I will end there for now, EM. Thank you.
You've addressed most of the issues in relation to the disciplinary proceedings against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I just wanted clarity on one issue, which is at the top of page 22 of your statement, paragraph 65. You write, based on the instructions of the accounting officer, my letter sought to advise and guide, and based on that, if the charge sheet is ready to be served, the investigation is concluded. There's no reason for deployment of the employee to another position unless it's dealing with financial related matters. Now that seems to be a reference to your letter of 15 June. Is that correct? Now you say based on the instructions of the accounting officer. What instructions are you referring to?
If you read my letter, I think the first paragraph, it says it came to my attention, first paragraph but second sentence, that it came to my attention that Mr. Mkhwanazi has been deployed somewhere else. So I was referring to the discussion I had with the accounting officer. And as I said, that we normally have the legal debates with her. And in this instance, obviously, the issue of the transfer we discussed with the Commission were raised versus utilization of capacity. Thank you.
So it's still not entirely clear to me, what were the instructions that Dr. Mkhwanazi gave you? What are you referring to?
The debate that was continuing throughout when we deal with LR matters, but even in recruitment and so forth, but specifically in LR matters, is you have to take ownership of LR matters. You must have answers all the time. And when things are happening outside my space, I'll be reprimanded. So again, the moving of Deputy Chief of Police, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, to another division, it was done by Chief. So the debate and the engagement we have is, why did I allow that to happen?
So were you given an instruction?
I must attend to it.
You must attend to it. You must put this right.
Yes.
I just clarify. So the instruction from Dr. Mkhwanazi was stop this redeployment. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, address it.
There's the next topic is cross-referring back to. Sorry, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong file at the moment. It's cross-referring to paragraph 3.3 of the notice, where there was an allegation that you failed to act to resolve an ongoing disciplinary issue where 6 officers from the Drug Enforcement Unit who report to Brigadier Mkhwanazi were arrested by IPID for allegedly extorting 80,000 rands from a member of the public, purportedly evaded disciplinary action, were subsequently incorporated into the City of Ekurhuleni VIP protection detail. You addressed this from paragraph 67. Do you want to give the Commission your response?
This matter, it came to my attention during the proceedings of the Madlanga Commission inquiry. And if I could recall, I'm not sure if it formed part of my charges. And when I followed up with EMPD, I think I must explain another issue. that is very critical and imperative to be comprehended here. EMPD, it's got its own internal unit, internal affairs unit that deals with investigations. Not only for EMPD, by the way, even for the rest of the city, we utilize their capacity. I go to them to assist us. So their matters specifically, when they come for investigation, it's done by them. In this instance, when I followed up in December, the department told me that they have not yet commenced with the internal investigation onto this matter. Prior to my suspension, I think a day before I was going to be suspended, the executive mayor and the city manager called me to sensitize that they are intending to suspend me. In the discussions we're having at that time, but I don't think it's for, with due respect for today, then they mentioned an issue that the VIP protectors that are allocated to myself, Advocate Kemi Bihari, the acting CIO, some of these guys that are being investigated by IPID. Hence I said, the minute I was suspended, I requested that can I go home, and I told them that they go to the Eastern Cape. By the way, they say I'm from Limpopo, I'm not from Limpopo. I said to the executive mayor, you give me other reasons to run away. Other issues, I think, Commissioner Khumalo, you are aware, they were part of the assessments. I did give all the incidents that have gone through in my house, in myself, where I had to have break-ins in my house, men with 5 rifles in my house, followed by cars that are branded by EMPD. They have EMPD branding. When they are searched, they don't belong to EMPD. After being suspended, I ran to the Eastern Cape. I'm followed in a hotel where I was sleeping. 2 men entered my room, and others that are in that report. So because I've shared at a high level with the executive mayor what I've been going through, then I said, now that you're telling me, excuse me, there are VIPs that are allocated to us that are being investigated by IPID. I must be permitted, you can be permitted to go as long, wherever. So to come back to the issue of the day, this is the letter where they told me that after I engaged them, that they've withdrawn these colleagues of theirs from providing VIP for us. I've got WhatsApp from the director of that unit, where he has confirmed, after I was suspended, that they have not yet commenced with the disciplinary process. They are waiting IPID. I'm not going to discuss IPID issues here. I think I listened briefly on the IPID colleagues that were here and how they've explained to the Commission how EMPD manages their investigations. In some instances, they start with the investigation and suspend employees. In others, they wait until you go to court and you are convicted, only they deal with you on that. In summary, EL, this was never brought to my attention, the 80,000 bribery matter. It's still sitting with EMPD. I don't know now from December, January, February, if they've acted on it. Thank you.
So, just to clarify that your evidence is that you played no role in this matter whatsoever, that the investigation never left EMPD.
Correct.
And the first you heard about it was in November last year.
It was after my, yes, it was prior to my suspension when the executive mayor and the city manager sort of highlighted.
Where you were told that
Yes.
That these municipal police officers who had been on VIP were now had been charged in relation to this extortion and were being redeployed back to the Drug Enforcement Unit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just a matter of clarity. Third line of paragraph 67, you say, I'm still awaiting finalization of the investigation in this matter, since there are no names provided. Are you referring to the names of the alleged extortionists, or whose names are you referring to?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And what's the import of the part that says, since there are no names provided? What are you seeking to convey there?
At the time, I was referring to the implications from here. It just talked to the 80,000, but then from the memo of EMPD, I wouldn't know, Chair, if it's only those three that, excuse me, they are mentioned on the memo. It could be more or less. I think that's what I wanted to emphasize on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shadrack.
Thank you, Chair. We're now going to go to a number of topics where I, for one, don't need any amplification of your statement, because I think the statement explains certainly satisfactorily to me, but if there is something that you nonetheless want to say, you must do so. The first topic is the topic that you address from paragraph 70 to 81 about restructuring of the city's disciplinary and grievance procedure. Again, there's nothing that I propose to canvass with you tomorrow in this regard. I'm happy, unless there's something in particular that you want to raise there, I am just happy to move on from that part of your statement.
Thank you.
You don't want to say anything on it?
There's one thing I can highlight, Chair, through you. There's one thing I can highlight that I think there's a misperception that has been created to you and the public, that the changing of disciplinary procedure has been an ongoing matter. The reason I mentioned my predecessor, I won't mention her name here, in 2017-18 when she arrived, the issue of legal costs started there. The panel that used to be solely for HR, it was stopped. The whole procurement process and panel management of legal external lawyers, it was then done through a legal department. Even the budget, it was moved from HR to legal. So what I wanted to emphasize there, we have been in the city continuously changing delegations and disciplinary procedures as we feel it fit and deemed to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shadrack.
Mr. Skelton, I think the only issue we needed to clarify, and Chair raised it with Advocate Behari, was who is the drafter of LLG 22? Because it appears to be a legal document or something close to being a legal document. And it was not clear who the drafter was, because we were in agreement that it was not Dr. Mkhwanazi. And Advocate Behari said it was not him. So can you just clarify who drafted this document? It's
the drafting of that particular annexure, it was myself, Chair. But if we were to check on page 100, the one that was drafted by my predecessor as well. So there's a standard way of doing it. Thank you so much.
Why I raised the issue I raised with Advocate Behari was because there was what appears to be legalese in certain parts of the document.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
But who says HR specialists can't draft legalese?
Thank you. We try.
The next topic is the labor relations processes regarding the dismissal of Mr. Nhlanhla, and that's addressed from paragraph 82 all the way through to 92.15, and then the issue of service of notices at Mr. Nhlanhla's home is addressed from paragraphs 93 to 97, and then there's a further paragraph on the broad topic relating to Mr. Nhlanhla's qualifications at paragraph 98. Again, I don't propose to ask you any questions about this tomorrow. I don't need you to amplify anything in there. I'm not saying that Mr. Nhlanhla was definitely guilty, but I am saying that I certainly cannot criticize the institution of disciplinary proceedings in the light of the facts that appear to be common cause in that regard. I don't know if there's anything that you would want to amplify in that regard, or whether we can move forward.
I'm not sure if the issues of the cars that went to his house is part of this, but the first thing that I want to focus on, Chair, when you go to annexures of Mr. Nhlanhla, his CV that he brought here, he changed it when it comes to advanced labor law from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8.
I know that is in your statement. I don't want us to get into that detail unless you have a reason to, in part, because the dates of the qualifications are different, and it is at least possible, I don't know that it is correct, that Mr. Nhlanhla might have had the NQF7 qualification at the time that he first applied for employment at the city, and at a later stage may have upgraded it to an NQF8 qualification. But I don't want us to spend time on what is essentially a labor dispute between the city and Mr. Nhlanhla, and that will be ventilated, or is capable of being ventilated fully in the labor courts if that's where it's going.
I've said earlier on, through you, Chair, as I'm testifying here, I'm being persecuted by the city of Ekurhuleni. And Mr. Nhlanhla spent a lot of time on this matter. I'm perceived as a very cruel person. I won't speak too much on it. The matter of Nhlanhla, from what I heard now, is in an arbitration de novo process, because the commissioner who was dealing with the matter passed on in December. I also heard that the city might intend to reinstate or settle Mr. Nhlanhla. And majority of the changes that the city has done on the matters that I'm implicated here are based on the testimonies that were made here. The challenge of how Mr. Nhlanhla's matter is managed is going to change the culture of Ekurhuleni forever. If we're saying employees misrepresent qualifications and it's okay to do that, and then you come with a debate that, boom, all of a sudden in 2025, my qualification has changed. When I went to testify there, He mentioned here, I think I will testify 23, if it's not 13 days. I kept on saying to the Commissioner and Mr. Ngxeza and his representative that if Mr. Ngxeza give us a transcript and as it was required, and a confirmation affidavit from SAPS, I'll be the first one who goes back to the employer and say, reinstate Mr. Ngxeza. Has never done that. His matter started in 2017.
I know this is something that you make clear in your statement.
2017, he started with this. Matter started in 2017. When my predecessor arrived there, Ekurhuleni, we were about to declare, a dispute was declared, we were about to defend it. They've decided with Mr. Ngxeza to settle. The employee that was settled, he was an internal employee who declared a dispute. The second time when he asked for a salary review, I know we're going to come to my salary review. I asked him, Mr. Son, why are you doing this? He says, I must compete with Xolani and be paid the same. Why? I'm more qualified than him. I asked him when I went to testify and said, you, both of you, you went to Vista, be jurists. Please confirm to me what happened. He said he's never seen Mr. Ngxeza graduating. Now we're talking jurists, we're not there. The UNISA issue, everybody is got an LQF level 7, those who went to that course, Ekurhuleni, credits 24. But Ngxeza's one, conveniently, after he has been dismissed, they are changing from NQF level 7 to NQF level 8 with credits 48. All I needed to be known is that we're standing by the DC and the outcomes thereof until Mr. Ngxeza bring the transcript. But it's not my role anymore because I'm outside. But I'm standing with that. If I was in the city, I was still going to say that, can he provide a transcript? I said there when I was testifying, I went to UNISA to look for my transcript. One day, I arrived at 8 o'clock from Germiston to Pretoria. I was having a meeting at 10 o'clock. I was back in Germiston at 10 o'clock. Mr. Ngxeza could have gone and got his transcript. I will not dwell, with due respect, I know you're guiding me, evidence leader, but I think I needed to just share a little bit of Mr. Ngxeza's issue. I'll talk to issues of political issue. I won't mention names at a later stage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next topic is the disciplinary action against Mr. Spies. Again, I have just one question here. I understand what the allegations against Mr. Spies are, that there was a contract that had been extended for a period of 3 months, and that the allegation is that he was aware of that the extension terminated after 3 months, and yet he allowed the contractor to remain in place beyond the 3 months. You say in your statement on 2 separate occasions that the act of Mr. Spies amounts to fraud and corruption. That's 34, top of page 34, and then at a later stage, I've lost my reference, but it is stated again. And it's just not clear to me. I mean, I can understand why this may be misconduct, the allegations, if they're true, but I don't see fraud and corruption, and I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I just need to offer a clarity. I think paragraph 1699 to 104, it's talking to 2 issues. It's talking to I'll call it an evergreen, but it's not necessarily an evergreen contract because it's a contract that started around 2014. And it kept on going on and going on and going on. I won't dwell on that. I'm sure you don't want me to dwell on that because we need to save time. I get that. Paragraph 100, Chair, it talks to issues of his resignation where he claimed that he has retired,
Yeah.
whereas we all know he came and said here, I think he might have wore a uniform that he went and worked for Tswana. And the issue that I was raising there is when you are retiring in the city of Ekurhuleni and take early retirement, there's benefits you receive. He's receiving about 5,000 every month, 5.7 from Ekurhuleni, but he's also receiving the same benefits at Tswana. And in his letter of resignation, he said he's taking early retirement. He wants to go and spend time with his children. But then in his statement, he goes further and creates a misperception here that he was ill-treated. He left because Ekurhuleni didn't treat him very nicely, but voluntarily in his letter of early retirement, he says he wants to go and spend time with his family. But Chair, as I say, I think that's all I wanted to clarify really. I don't think I want to dwell on this thing.
Is there any prescript, because your complaint seems to be the fact that he's now working for Tshwane Metro. Is there any prescript that says he can't? Is there an Ekurhuleni prescript that says so?
Chair, my
that is
focus,
retire and go work elsewhere.
Yes. If he resigned and said, I'm resigning to go and work in another company, wouldn't be paying that 5.7 every month. In fact, for one medical aid, I think Bonita's where he is, we're paying about $1 million. So it's a new thing where now it's him and another employee who went to PRASA, where employees starting to say, I'll look like I'm taking early retirement so that I benefit in this employer, medical aid employer contribution. And it's something I was discussing with finance before I got to stay at home, that we need to revise that policy because it's becoming a problem. Now can you imagine if we're gonna have 100 people who live in Ekurhuleni and go to a sister municipality, we bear the cost. Yet that he's still benefiting that municipality, benefiting twice.
You are talking revision, and I asked you about an existing prescript. Does the fact that you are talking revision mean that there's no existing prescript that proscribes what he has done, or that says what he has done cannot be done?
To me, it's a misrepresentation when you say, Chair, I'm taking early retirement, knowing very well it's end of February. It's your last day, the 28th of February. 1st March, you're going to another municipality. And the reason I'm talking issues of fraud, because there's a cost involved. That 5,700, we could be employing a general worker and improve on service delivery. City of Tshwane is benefiting, yes, for having that capacity, but highly possible they are also benefiting in the sense that it's either they don't give him that money, or if they do give him the money, he's having a contribution twice. It's a double benefit. And it can't be clear. To me, it was intentional when he decided, I'm not going to say I'm leaving to Tswana. Because in his resignation, he says, I want to go and spend time with my family. But I'll leave it at that, Chair. I hear your point as well.
I'm just thinking if we don't have the full picture as to what's happening in Tshwane, I wonder if we are able to reach a categorical conclusion about fraud/misrepresentation if you do not know what the picture is at Tshwane.
I don't know the picture. All I'm saying, Chair, is he could have said, I'm resigning, I'm going to Tshwane, we'll have a different discussion. So I feel there is a misrepresentation.
But if he's entitled to retire, I'm sorry, Mr. Shaskalson, to sound intrusive already, but if the prescripts allow him, both in terms of age and whatever else, to retire, why should he not retire? Because even someone who's reached the mandatory retirement age may retire but still go work elsewhere.
Chair, in most organizations, you're not going to get a benefit that says you retire, and therefore we're going to carry you until retirement at 65 and beyond. When you retire, they pay you your money, and that's it. So I feel where there's a misrepresentation, because there's this special benefit you get when you have early retirement. That's all I was raising.
Thank you, Mrs. Gxasheka.
Sir, can I just clarify your answer, the way you're responding to the chair? You haven't said to the chair in answer, you haven't said there is a prescript that prevents him from doing this. Remember, the chair asked you that question, and you didn't say, yes, there's a prescript that prevents what he has done. So that must mean from your answer that there's nothing that prevents him. Prescript, as in you may feel it's wrong what he has done, it shouldn't happen, but there is nothing in writing, which is law, policy, regulation, that says he can't do this.
Thank you, Chair. I've responded to that, Commissioner. I did say that it's a futuristic.
Yeah, no. Maybe I'm slow this afternoon. Bear with me.
No, you did not. I think I asked you that question more than once. You did not respond to it. Sorry. Yes.
Can I ask it this way? The conditions of employment at Ekurhuleni municipality allow a 55-year-old to opt, so you have a choice. You can either resign or retire. And when you choose to retire, because it's an option, you are entitled to post-medical aid subsidy by the municipality. So he has exploited that rule to his benefit, and that's your grievance. So it is allowed, but you are saying in future you want to change it so that people don't exploit it to the disadvantage of the municipality.
Yes.
So where you say it's fraud and corruption, it's not because he's breaking any rule, any policy, any law, because it's quite a serious allegation to make. And the question about, is there a prescript that says he can't do what he did, is to try and get to where do you get that it is fraud and corruption. Now, am I correct that if there is no prescript that precludes him to have left when he did and to get the benefit from Ekurhuleni that he continues to enjoy, and to be employed elsewhere, having left you the way that he did, if all of that is not precluded by any prescript, then it cannot be fraud and corruption. If there's no law or rule or policy that says he can't do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if he shared with you in his statement that he even amended the form. The form talks to retirement, resignations, the termination form, and others. He added with a red pen, early retirement, he himself. And I'm going to reiterate.
Can I just stop you? Because you're repeating yourself and you're not answering a direct question. If your answer is there is no prescript that says he cannot do this, and I think that you have considered. If that is your answer, maybe let's leave it at that, because that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Chair, I'm told here that I'm talking about hard work when I'm saying there's a corruption, and I'm trying to define how I got to those deductions. I get where you're going, that it might not translate to that, but I think it's very imperative that I explain my imperatives, and that's what I just sought to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gxasheka.
Similarly, paragraph 107, you deal with the redeployment of Ms. Tepa, and you say it was handled by Mr. Behari. I, for one, don't propose to take this further. There is a very substantial part of your statement which, understandably, from paragraph 108 through to 116, deals with the disciplinary action against Chief Mapiyeye. And again, from my side, I don't need you to amplify anything there. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Mapiyeye is necessarily guilty, but I certainly it's quite clear to me that an employer has a responsibility to institute disciplinary proceedings in the face of these allegations, and I certainly would have no criticism of you for being involved in that. Then at paragraph 117 on page 40, you deal with the...
Or just before you continue, Mr. Shadrack, Mrs. Gxasheka, and I'm sure my co-commissioners share this, do not want you to leave this commission with the impression that the evidence leader made light of the very serious allegations that are made here. One, we recognize the seriousness of the allegations, and two, we also recognize the need, as the chief evidence leader just said, for disciplinary proceedings to be instituted if it is found in terms of the allegations, the available evidence, etc., that such proceedings should be instituted. So I thought I should just clarify that.
Thank you. I'm comfortable, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chaskasen, maybe before you do that, still under this topic, Ms. Gxasheka, and I ask you this because it's it's an issue that was raised with Dr. Mkhwanazi as well. And at least speaking for myself, I think it is important. In paragraph 108.7, you refer to and attach a medical report of the psychologist of what you describe as the victim. I think this is the complainant in this case that you're discussing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Dr. Mkhwanazi was testifying, the question was asked whether the complainant or the patient she had attached a similar report, if not the same report. And the question was asked how she got the report, whether the owner of the report, that is the complainant, had given permission for this document to be shared. And that's an important question because the records of the commission are public documents. They become public documents. And and this kind of information is regulated by POPIA. You would know that as an HR person. And if there is no permission from the owner of the document to disclose it, we should not be party to further disseminating it by putting it out in the public domain. So I would like to ask you the same question because depending on your answer, the commission then treats the document in a certain way. So I would like to ask you let me ask you the same question. This report, which is LLG 43, how did it come into your possession?
Okay, it's quite a sensitive issue. I think I'm appreciating that we put it at a high level, both for the complainant. Okay, maybe let me
reformulate my question. Just to guide you. What I'm asking is, was this given to you in the course of your employment when this complaint is laid? That's how you came into possession of this, as part of the records of the complaint, okay?
Yes.
You're nodding.
Yes, it was emailed to me.
Yes.
If I recall, by her psychologist.
Okay.
If it wasn't the psychologist, was her lawyer.
Okay.
And I can confirm as well that I think we all agree, let's protect her. She would have even willing to come here, but it's really not worth for her and for Chief of Police.
Yeah,
I think
my
my statement
questions-
is clear.
My questions are different. It is so that we know how to treat this document in the commission. So you've said you got it in the course of your employment, right? That's fine. Not for purposes of the commission, right? You agree? You nod your head. The record needs to reflect what your answer is.
I have to substantiate my answer because it
Okay.
can be problematic if I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to reiterate. She was willing to come here. And I think we're all agreeing. Let's protect her. When I went to present her item to Meral, I nearly shed a tear. And she needs to be protected. One thing I can assure you, every document that is here, she knows that it's here. We've been communicating. She encouraged it. But I really want to applaud the commission for saying, let's protect both of them.
So you're saying you have permission from the owner of the report to share it with us
Yes.
here?
Yes, Commissioner.
She knows you're coming to the commission?
She knows.
And that you're going to disclose it to the commission?
She knows.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
But just to complete that, I had understood you to be saying you would like the commission not to make it public. It must not be in the websites or be shared with other people.
Yes, I thought that's what the commission intends to do, and I said I'm applauding the
Yes.
commission for that. I highly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice.
Thank you.
Then there is an issue in relation to the 3 suspended employees, Constable Twala, and I'm not sure what the rank of Officers McKenzie, paragraph 117 to 122. Is there anything you would want to add to that? From my side, it's not clear to me that I need to canvass anything with you.
I'm comfortable, Chair. If my statement is suffice, I'm happy. Thank you so much.
The next topic relates to your remuneration package. And again, this is not a topic that this is not a topic that I need to canvass beyond what's in your statement. I know that there have been allegations that an increase to your salary was granted as a form of reward. I certainly don't intend to pursue them. I see what you say in relation to your remuneration package, and from my side, that is satisfactory for my purposes. I don't know if there's anything that you want to say in that regard.
I'm praying for wisdom on this one. Because the latest is today I'm here. It's still on the public space, being persecuted for it. But because I think our document will be published, I'm praying at some point that the public can understand there was no fraud that was done here. There was no favor that was done for me and Advocate Kim. In fact, when the matter went to Meral for endorsement, the item went to Remuneration Committee, and then it went to Meral. Dr. Mkhwanazi called me after Meral and asked, how did all those MMC agree that this money be given to you? It's a salary review. I came to the city of Ekurhuleni quite senior, coming from city of Joburg. I have implemented so many achievements that I have not put here, hence the promotion that I got. I said earlier on when I was in Joburg, I had 3 to 4 promotions. That's how hard I work. The legislation is very clear how you determine remuneration. Between Cocta and Salga, there's debates that are going on, and this money was duly approved by Meral to us. I'm grateful, Evidence Leader, that you're providing guidance in terms of how we manage these things, because I was going to discuss the matter of Nhlanhla, where when we looked at his document, he got R1 million that we don't know how he got it. But I'm not a controversial witness here. All I want is, it must be understood, a due process was followed. This process was approved by the, by the mayoral committee. Thank you so much.
Can I just clarify?
I think, Ms. Gxasheka, just to understand the allegation here, the mayoral committee had a motivation and support from the city manager, and they see nothing wrong with it because on its face, it looks fine. It's within the bounds that are set by the law. But the allegation was when you and Advocate Behari applied for these positions because you got them in 2023, the salary was advertised, so you knew what the salary was. And a few months later, you then make a motivation that you should be topped up by some 600,000 rands. And the allegation is that the city manager supported that because that was her way of rewarding you for protecting her favorites. So I just wanted to give you that background and allow you to then respond freely to it. So it came in that context that yes, the prescripts allow that you can get to that point, but it would not otherwise have happened but for you and Behari supporting what the city manager was doing, and then she in return supported your motivation, and when it got to council, because they didn't see anything wrong with it, it was not illegal, they then endorsed it. Do you get the picture?
I do get the picture. I want to add, Chair, through you, that Mr. Nhlanhla, who I was his senior from the beginning, by the time I was appointed to the HOD HR, and he reported to me, if I can recall events, I think he was already on 2.2 million. And if you recall, when you go to the upper limits, minimum is 2,900,000. I'm no longer responsible for one division. I'm responsible for 5 divisions, with all the hurdles and challenges I've articulated here today. Yet, there's a junior employee that must be earn more than me. But it was never about Mr. Nhlanhla. It was about the upper limits. And that needs to be clarified. And the motivation, it came from me and Advocate Kemi, and it was approved by the Remuneration Committee and the mayoral committee. And as I say, I don't think Dr. Mashas was too keen on it. It's just that because it's within the law, he allowed it to go. So there's no loyalty related here. It's based on our hard work, and it's based on the upper limits of total remuneration package payable to the municipal manager and the managers directly reporting to the municipality, as you said, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last topic is the topic that you addressed from paragraph 42, sorry, page 42 to the end of the statement, which is the issue of the vetting of the members of the EMPD. And there, the original allegation is at page 43, paragraph 3.10, and the allegation is that you unlawfully intervened in the criminal record vetting process of the EMPD as administered by Commissioner Spies. That's the allegation. You respond to it from paragraph 42, and maybe you could take the Commission through your response. But before you do that, there is an error in the cross-reference in your in your statement. So where you, in paragraph 131, you refer to Annexure LLG 51. That's Annexure it should be Annexure LLG 50. And the page reference is, I think it will be file 6 of 6, page 2042. If you can just check that, can you just check for me that I'm right on that the document that you're referring to is the document at page 2042 in the last file, file 6 of 6.
Can you repeat your question?
If you look at the statement, paragraph 131 says the emails and legal opinion pertaining to the legal vetting process is attached under evidence C Annexure LLG 51. And I understood that the opinion is LLG 50.
Yes, the opinion is LLG 50.
At page 2042.
Yes.
So just after clarifying that, can you maybe take the Commission through your response to the broader allegation that you deal with from page 42 of your statement?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, that particular annexure is supposed to come with the emails. I will try and make the emails available tomorrow. I'm sure maybe when we're transmitting, it could have not find its expression into these files. The reason I felt it's important that we talk to the emails sought to refute the statement by Chief that says we just said he must bring the files to HR of what they've done. And number two, it wanted to demonstrate the conversations that went from us having a meeting to us agreeing that let's have a legal opinion. After a legal opinion, what transpired after that. And the most important email, we must get that email, is my last conversation on this issue. I think it could have been when Mr. Mkhwanazi was acting, where I still wrote and said, finalize this process. Legal opinion was clear what needs to be transpired, HR assist, and we had conversations between the Chief of Police, Rivospis, and Deputy Chief of Police Mkhwanazi, whereby we're not agreeing firstly about the capacity, how do we deal with this? In their deliberations themselves, the other one, Rivospis, he says, I've done my own vetting myself as independently. Here, get the proof. Nonetheless, it has expired. I need to go and do another one. I'm busy doing it. Him alone. The rest must be subjected to a collective process. It started there when they were starting to fight. Then they come and say, this one is updated, it's outdated, we must start a new process, and so forth and so forth. Again, what is good for the geese must be good for the gander. In one instance, I'm usurping powers, I'm interfering. When it suits EMPD, they come and say, hey, this is problematic for us, HR, run with it. I said to them, I don't have facilities. I do conduct vetting processes when employee being appointed. I advised them and said, before you can even vet people after they've been vetted, because when we do our initial vetting, you get a consent. There must be consent from an employee. Have you done that? That's my advice in debating the meeting. Those that have reached a threshold in terms of years of criminal records, have you done expungement? They developed a letter. The capacity to vet employees is done by EMPD. Go and use your own facilities. But what you do, this is the process you follow. Drafted the letter, I okayed the letter, and I said, go and do this. The emails that I will demonstrate here tomorrow, I will submit tomorrow, they demonstrate that as late as last year, if it's not the other year, I followed it up that when are you doing this process? This is the same EMPD, by the way, who can't even do risk and security assessment to me. They are carrying firearms. I don't have a firearm. Not that I can't do it. I can suspend, I can do anything in terms of my job. But all I'm saying, let's be clear about roles. We share responsibilities. And when it suits you, you want HR to do your work. I guided them and said, I see the legal opinion, but I'm encouraging you, go and do this process. And the best way of doing it is this way. Lastly, we even discussed how Tshwane has done it. Tshwane followed exactly, they confirmed, Spies confirmed in the meeting that HOD, you correct, Tshwane engaged the employees. There was a consent, and this process was done. Expungement was done where it was important. I'm glad that now the leaders, male leaders who are running the city, I can do it even myself, I'm not scared of anything. I know that the process is underway. But tomorrow I must demonstrate that I did follow up and said, do this. Once you have done, concluded it, keep me and the city manager posted. Have they ever done it? No. Didn't I follow? I did. I'll produce that evidence tomorrow. Thank you so much, Chair.
Can I ask that through your attorneys, you email us that email overnight,
Yes.
or that email chain, just so that we can work on it and we don't waste time tomorrow morning. Chair, that reaches the end of my process of taking Mrs. Gxasheka through her statement. There are a range of documents that we gave her legal team very late last night, in fact, after midnight, so early this morning. Can I ask that we stand down now so that this time can be used for her and her legal team to look at the documents they received at short notice, and that we will pick up tomorrow morning then and start the tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsin. I see that my colleague, Commissioner Kumalo, wants to raise an issue, but perhaps before that, shall we resume it? And I'm addressing this to you as well, Ms. Magula. Shall we resume at the usual time, 9:30 tomorrow? I think we should, because there's sure to be a lot of questions from all around.
We can resume at the normal time.
At least, especially because we are breaking early today, so that should give you enough time to go through what Mr. Shaskalsin has just referred to.
Yes, Commissioner confirms that we'll do our
Thank
level
you.
best. And
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalsin, there's just one issue. I think it's only fair that the witness be led in chief on it before they are probed, and it relates to Julius Mkhwanazi's promotion from Director of Special Services to Deputy Chief of Police, and the role Mrs. Gxasheka played in that, and also in the top-up of his salary by some 200,000 rands, because Dr. Mashazi, when she gave evidence, said, well, that came from Mrs. Gxasheka, so you must ask Mrs. Gxasheka about that. So I'm not sure whether that should be dealt by way of this supplementary statement, or if it's something she can address now and then she gets probed on it tomorrow.
I think, in fairness, that's a choice for her legal representatives rather than for me. If it's something that would be more convenient to address in a statement, in a supplementary statement overnight, and then we lead on it tomorrow morning, we can do that. But it's really, I think, their choice, not mine.
It will be addressed in our supplementary statement. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
May I perhaps request the evidence leaders to assist in identifying the places where this is to be found in the record? And thank you. I know
We will do that.
I'm adding to
I see
plate.
that you're looking firmly at Ms. Boy,
I see
for
Ms.
which I am
Boy-
grateful.
I see Ms. Boy does not even want to look at me. She's looking down. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.